My name is John Kiriakou. I was a field agent for the CIA.
My name is Scott Payne. I served in the FBI for 23 years as an undercover agent.
My name is Kenneth Valentine, a veteran of the United States Secret Service, including protecting 3 sitting presidents.
My name is Andrew Bustamante, and I'm a former CIA intelligence officer.
My name is Mickey Bergman. I've spent over 17 years negotiating with some of the world's most hostile regimes.
My name is Joaquín García, aka Jack Falcone. I was an undercover agent for 24 years. I spent nearly 3 years for the FBI with the Gambino crime family. This is everything I'm authorized to tell you. When you're undercover, something could just go wrong. A person may get the wrong vibe about you or may get paranoid about you for some reason. With the mob, you have to make sure your I's were dotted and your T's were crossed, because one slight move, then you're in the back of a trunk of a car. They wanted me to pose as an Italian to infiltrate the Gambino crime family. I went through this informal mob school that was set up by the case agent, who happens to be from Italy, and he taught me the foods and the proper pronunciation. You know, you don't look at Italian food at like manicotti and say manicotti. It's manigot. You know, it's not mozzarella, it's mozzarella. You sound like you grew up in that culture. You tasted these foods. I had no idea of how the mob culture worked. And I had to learn, because my role was that my parents were 3rd generation Sicilian. I grew up in that culture, but yet I grew up in Miami, and I was around the Cuban criminal element. And that's mostly, I've lost a lot of my Italian influence. We decide to hitch our wagon to Greg DePalma. So Greg DePalma became a captain in the Gambino crime family, which is a very high position. We knew Greg DePalma had a propensity for talking. Greg DePalma liked to talk, and we in the FBI liked to listen. So it was the perfect match. Time goes by. As slowly we go out to dinner with Greg. He's trying to get his foot on the ground. We became buddies. There were a couple of hijackings. Mostly there was the shaking down, bookmaking. There was a lot of extortion that went on when I was with him. He would be construction companies. He was very much into moving and transporting dirt. There's a lot of money in dirt. So people say, you want that job, I got to get the dirt out of it. And by dirt means every time you dig a ground, a foundation or something, that dirt has to be removed. Now, of course, once you got that dirt, then you got to find a hole to put that in. If you got the hole, you got the gold. We had guys who were construction company owners that had millions and millions of dollars to contract. And why were they under the umbrella of the Gambino crime family? Because we were in the Gambino crime family, had control of the unions. So it behooved them to actually work with the mob in order to, ensure that there's no problems, that things are going to flow smoothly. They're not going to have delays with anything. They have this fear intimidation that you think they're going to burn your house, they're going to beat you with a baseball bat. When Greg DePalma walked into trial, he had what I call the Mafia flu, where he showed up with a couple of workers from the hospital, an oxygen tank, unshaven, like he was just about to die. There was a guy who was a construction guy that was being shaken down by Greg, and he's on the stand, and the defense attorney goes, well, why did you have to pay this guy all this money on a weekly basis? Because, were you afraid of him? He goes, yeah, I was afraid of him. And he says, you're afraid of him? And of course, he's sitting on the defense table, like crippled, with a mask on and all of that. And the jury kind of laughed. And what he should have said, the kid on the stand, would be, I wasn't afraid of him. I could bitch slap this kid all day, the guy all along. I was afraid of what he's capable of doing. His people are capable of doing. All it would take is an order with some subordinate guy or somebody in his crew, an associate, and say, go over there, burn his building down, beat him up, rape his wife, whatever you want to do. And they would do it. You fear him, not for his size. You fear him because he represents the mob and what the mob is capable of doing. Every day was like, let's go see this guy. He owes me money. We would go pick up money. His envelopes, he had envelopes all in his jacket. And then he'd cry the blues that he had no money. I go, Greg, you got at least 20 envelopes. God knows how many thousands and thousands of dollars. Anyway, one of the guys was absent. He was never reporting. And all I would hear is, this PD Chops, he don't show up. I'm going to go after him. Yeah, we got to find him. And the only reason he was looking for PD Chops is because he wanted PD Chop to kick money up to him. That's what it's all about. It's money. One day he comes up and he says, I found him. I goes, you and Robert, which was another made guy. He says, you, Robert, I want you to go with me. He goes, I says, where? He goes, he's in Bloomingdale's. Bloomingdale's in White Plains, New York. I would never forget that. I've driven by that so many times and I have to chuckle. And then Bloomingdale's says, what is he doing in Bloomingdale? Well, every Monday he goes with his gumara, he said, which is girlfriend, and goes shopping with her, but he'll hang out at the coffee bar. There's PD Chops with the two women. So Greg gets all pumped up. Greg says to him, hey, get rid of the girls. So he goes, where the hell you been? He goes, what do you mean I'm been? He says, hey, Greg, I'm being followed. Because you're being followed. We're all being followed. That's what we do. The feds follow us all every day long. You're supposed to be reporting, and you haven't. Well, I can because I'm being followed. I got a lot to lose. Then suddenly Robert comes up. He goes, hey, you're talking too loud, and you're disrespecting a skipper. And he goes, who are you? He goes, who am I? And he says to the guy, go after yourself. He says, oh, yeah? He grabs this candlestick made out of solid glass called the Costa Boda. Legit, it's kind of like a dumbbell, solid glass. Grabs it, hits this guy over the head. Blood starts gushing out. This guy drops down. The only thing missing were the little parakeets around his head because he was so knocked out. He's dropped down and he goes, you keep your mouth shut. And he goes to hit him again. I grabbed his arm. I says, what are you doing? So Robert, look, we've got cameras here. He said, oh, the hell when he's got a big mouth. The guy finally gets up. He's bleeding all over and I'm separating them. He's saying, what did I do? What did you do that for? He goes, because you got a big mouth and you don't show up and you better show up first thing tomorrow, Greg tells him. He says, bright and early. The next day, bright and early, we go to the home. As I'm picking up Greg DePalma, here comes PD Chops, all bandaged up, walking by, and Greg DePalma says, yeah, he showed up. He gave me a nice envelope. And he said he's going to show up every week. And I'm thinking to myself, that's all they cared about. A little intimidation always works with the mob. New York consists of 5 families that run the city, so to speak. And by the city, I mean they run every industry. They got the garment district. They got the fish Fulton market. They got construction. They have all the unions. They really are in control of it. And the 5 families are the Gambinos, the Colombos, the Genovese, the Lucchese's, and the Bonanos. Everyone has their little territories. And if you infringe on that territory, like, you got to get out of there. This is our turf. So everyone is very protective. They don't post it in classified ads. They don't say, looking for a gangster, come and apply. No, what happens is you either get introduced to a guy who knows a guy, and somehow you start moving into circles. There comes a point in time that they put you on record. And on record means now you are part of the family. You are underneath that umbrella, whatever family it may be. The Bonanos, or in my case, was the Gambino crime family. When I got put on record, I was given a pinky ring. It was the gaudiest thing I've ever seen in my life. I refused to wear it, but I had to wear it. It was a sign that the captain gave it to me to show that I am an associate of the call, or a connected guy. And how the mob works is you have an administration, which is the boss, the underboss, and the consigliere. Then underneath them, you have what they call captains or capos. These capos run crews. Depends how powerful you are, depending how many people are in your crew, and how much money you bring that are kicked up the ladder. They had 26 captains, the Gambino crime family. Each captain had minimum of about 5 to 10 made soldiers, which are the people below. Those are soldiers who are waiting their turns to be captain. And underneath them come all the associates, all of the people who are connected, all of the businesses that are on record. Greg DePalma had several made guys. He was known as a caporegime, which is a capo with 10 made guys. So when one dies, they propose you and they put you on that list. That list is spread all around the families to see who is this Jack Falcone? Was he before with another family? Is he a guy who's been a rat? Has he done anybody wrong? And if nobody says anything bad about you, then you're told that you're going to get straightened out. And that simply means that they tell you, put on your best suit, and on such and such a day, you're going to usually meet in the basement of somebody's house. There you have all the wise guys, the leadership, the administration, and then you take your oath of omerta, where you burn a saint in your hand after they prick your finger, and there, if you betray the family, you would have the same fate as this burned car. In other words, you're going to die. I was not a made guy. And they take that stuff very serious. Like sometimes we would go to dinner and another made guy come in, and once they get done, well, hey, how you doing? Good to see you, Jack. Everything going well? So you have to excuse me for a second. They go to another table and they whisper. Now, in the real world, you would be kind of offended, like, this guy. But you don't need to know, because how things work is you're not a friend of ours. Let's say, for instance, I know somebody to be a wise guy with the bananas. I somehow went to a wedding and I see the guy. I can't go to that guy and say, hey, Joey, how you doing? It's Jackie boy. I'm with the Gambinos, Yeah, you can't do that because it's a secret criminal society. You have to find a third person who knows the both of you, who's going to make that introduction. And that would be, hey, Joey, I want you to meet Jack. He's a friend of ours. That means that I'm a made guy. But if I said, I want you to meet Jack, he's a friend of mine, that tells you that I'm not a made guy. So there's certain things you can't talk to me about. And they really subscribe to that. So you're either a friend of ours or a friend of mine. Greg DePalma would do that. He would introduce me to all these captains from other families, and he would say, this is Jackie boy, he's a friend of mine. Luckily for me, Greg DePalma had a big mouth, and he would come back and tell me, the guy wants to do this windows and this and that. So I was fortunate to have him. I drove him to every meeting. I knew what every meeting was about. That was a tough thing to do, driving him around, because everywhere we went, we had to steal something. We go to the big man's shop, because he was a big guy too. And he go in and he goes, hey, Jackie boy, look, in his coat, he had socks and ties. I go, what the hell are you doing? He goes, what are you talking about? They got a whole bunch over there. Got a whole bunch there for sale. Greg, I says, you never know if you're on a camera. He couldn't help himself. He goes, this is what I do. He goes, this is who I am. This, to him, going there and robbing things was just a normal occurrence because that was in his DNA. One of the things that I found out with Greg is you gotta make yourself to be the carrot. You want him to pursue you. You don't want to pursue them. I slowly, methodically worked him, made me into something that he wanted to get his hands on. There's somebody who is going to bail him out and somebody who's going to help him. And for me, he was going to go places. When you're in the mob and you go to jail and you come out, everybody gives you an envelope to get your feet back on the ground. Well, my envelope was, I gave Greg $3,000. From then on, he loved me. He realized that, hey, this guy does the right thing. He gave me the money. He's respectful. And that's what the mob is all about. They want to sink their teeth into somebody who's doing well. Because if they're doing well, you're going to do well. They want earners. They want people who are going to make money and do the right thing with that money. We were selling jewelry to the bad guys as being hot, and they would give us, good price. But of course, I would sell them maybe to the captain for like, give me 3,500 or $4,000 for a Rolex. He turns around and sells it for 7. Now he's making money on you. And that's always a good sign. With the mob, there is total accountability. They need to know where you at. How come you haven't called? One time, for instance, I remember he wound up calling me, and I was busy working some other case, and I didn't return his call. Next day, he began to tell me, he goes, where were you? I said, I was doing something. He goes, doing what? He said to me, if I call you, wherever you're at, you better pick up that phone. Do you understand me? Because how do I know you're not locked up? How do I know you're not working for the feds? So I made it a point to answer that phone no matter what I was doing, because if I didn't, it would have set me back. All I would do is go to Little Italy and eat like I was going to the chair. I mean, we order all kinds of pastas and this and that. Judge Hellerstein, never forget him, very nice man. He stops a proceeding as I'm bringing these tapes in, and he goes, Agent Garcia, every tape you guys are eating, every tape you're cursing, no manners, no nothing. He goes, how much weight did you gain in this case? I said, Your Honor, I gained about 90 pounds in this case. And he looked at me, he says, I could see why. I says, all you did was eat. The next day, front page of the Daily News says, fat fellas, they eat their way through New York, these mobsters. And then you open up to the second page, and he was one of the wide guys. The eating part, I think it helped me a lot. You wind up having meeting for breakfast. We would meet about 9 o'clock in the morning. Then from there, we go to lunch. Of course, you're eating there again. Then you go to the strip club where I was running a strip club in New York. Then there people come in with pastries, this and that. Okay, you're eating then. Then, of course, dinner time comes. So now you're eating that. And then you go back to the club. You're drinking. And then right around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, you shoot over to City Island. And there you're eating some again. So this was a day. I found the more I ate, the more they loved me. It was like we would order and they would sit there and it goes, Maron, Jackie boy, look at you, Minkia. How do you eat all of that stuff? Come on. Or try this. Come over to my house. My wife will cook you this. They bought it hook, line, and sinker. No one ever questioned me. They thought I was a third-generation Italian. And everyone wore these Ticini training suits. But there was no training going on. Nobody ever said to me, hey, Jackie boy, I want you to go jogging today. Let's go to the gym. Gym? What gym? These guys all walked around the Sergio Ticcinis with their bellies hanging out, the crosses out. No one worked out in the freaking mob. The only thing they ran away is from the cops. And that's the only time I saw any running. You had to wear your Brioni suit, your Zegna suit. Everything had to fit beautifully on you when you went out. We would spend maybe a couple of $1,000 for suits custom made. You would go usually to a tailor that the mob uses. Of course, you had all the obligatory 4-carat pinky ring. You had the Rolex President watch. You had your jewelry. You had your cross. You had your car. Now, I drove a Hummer H2 at that time. But prior to that, it was a Mercedes, and you could eat off that car. I used to carry $4,000 to $5,000 a day with me. And I would have it wrapped up in a broccoli band. That's the funniest part. At the end of the case, all of that property had to be returned. So I had to return all the suits. I had to return my underwear. I mean, who the hell's going to wear my underwear, right? Listen, it broke my heart having to turn some of these suits in, I went from, a Brioni suit to a, God knows, like a Corvette, one of the cheap suits that I bought, a Target suit, for crying out loud. So it was tough. Then, of course, your cars have to go, and then you have to get back in a bureau car. But I was lucky because I worked so many undercover cases that I would roll from one right into the other, where I had the ability to have nice things when I was undercover, because those are the roles that I was playing. I was a big guy. I always approach my undercover work as being inclusive of everybody, just trying to be getting along, being nice. I wasn't playing a tough guy like some of these guys play, or anything like that. I was just being me, you know, the way I am now. I talk, I tell jokes. All my meetings were recorded. And then I would arrange it with the case agent to meet me either at a church, at Home Depot. We walk down the aisles. I give him the tapes. He in turn give me money, the cash that I needed to operate. He would give me whatever, the paperwork. And we filled out the form to say, on such and such a date, I met with such and such a person. When you're working undercover, it's very difficult trying to keep a hold of the evidence as well as your paperwork. I always believed in wearing a recorder. If I'm wearing a recorder, you're memorializing that person's conversation. It's not going to go to court where it's going to be your word against mine. A lot of undercovers sometimes are leery about wearing a recorder. Nobody ever put their hands on me to ever search me, nor would I allow that to happen. I would just say, hey, man, what are you doing? First of all, I wouldn't let the guy do him, and then I would just say, you know what? Hey, dude, I ain't got time to work with your paranoia. I'm out of here. And I would just walk away. Because no matter what would happen, whatever happened is if they do pat you down, they don't find anything, they're still not going to trust you. But again, I was kind of lucky. My size helped a lot because I didn't look like an agent. You command respect. You also have a reputation like you're a badass. And that always goes a long way with the mob. You're not somebody who is just, walking around aimlessly or as they call the mort de faim, and that's somebody dying of hunger. It worked for me, but it also could have really backfired because, okay, the guy's not an agent, therefore he has to be nothing but a rat. I started the case in 2002 and we ended in 2005. This operation began when there was a strip club in the Bronx that we had called Mirage International. One day, these Albanians came in, Albanian gangsters, and they started roughing up some people, getting into fights. The owner and the bouncers went up to them and said, hey guys, you can't do that. It's not the way we operate here. He goes, look, you have a horrible security. We want you to be your security. You got to pay us $5,000 a month. The owners, there was several of them, came to the FBI and said, look, man, we don't want any of the trouble. We just trying to get this business off the ground. So we said, all right, well, let's look into this. Let's look into it. Well, sure enough, the very next day, a mob guy shows up to the club, all spiffied up, beautiful suit. And he says to the owner, he goes, hey guys, I heard you had a problem. I says, I heard the Albanians were here causing trouble. He says, we can make that problem go away, but you got to pay us $5,000. So the guy goes, wait a minute. So I'm paying $5,000 to the Albanians for no trouble, but you want me to give you $5,000 to keep them. I'm still paying $5,000. We go back, get together and realize, they said, okay, we want to handle this. We want to find out who this mob guy was. Nobody knew who he was. So they put a tail on him. He's meeting with the right people. A day or two go by. We decide we're going to go get rid of the Albanians. Let them be worked separately. And I'm introduced and I pay this mob guy the $5,000 to assure us that the Albanians were never going to come in. So now we're working with the Gambino crime family. As we're moving along, Greg DePalma comes out of jail after his arrest for the Scores and the Gold Club investigation. Greg DePalma is probably one of the most colorful mobsters around. He had a business back in the mid-'70s. It was like a concert supper club. Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Aretha Franklin, Sonny and Cher. The who's who of entertainment played at this club that was owned by the Mafia, called the Westchester Premier Theater. That club was under his control before he went to jail. And he drives directly from jail to the club. He's trying to get his foot on the ground. We became buddies. And next thing you know, as I was hanging around with him every day at the club, 24 hours a day just about. And I became like his son. The Greg DePalma incident. The end of the case resulted in 32 mobsters arrested. Originally, the boss and the underboss were arrested. The boss wanted to do what they call a global plea, which means everyone in the case has to plea, and the United States attorney will accept it, and, it'll help towards their sentence reduction. Well, everybody took the global plea except for Greg DePalma, who we had the most evidence. But Greg DePalma believed the old school. He was from the John Gotti school where I don't care what they have on you, you go and fight it with the feds. 31 pled guilty, and Greg DePalma did go to trial. Where I finished testifying, I walked by him and he looked at me and he goes, "You." And the judge went nuts. He says, "You can't intimidate the witness," and all of that. But I just found it hilarious that he was, he was being a tough guy all the way to the very end. I mean, Greg, that was Greg's thing. He fought you all the way, and he believed in the mob, and the mob came first to him. And I had the SWAT team take me to court because they thought there was going to be some issues. They had some guys watching over, making sure that I was going to be okay. There was a newspaper, front page news, that had me for a $250,000 contract on me. But, it's funny with the contracts. The mob doesn't take out contracts. The mob works there. If they want to whack you, the boss simply says, he's done, You don't pay the guy to do it. That's just what you do. You're told by the boss to do it, you kill the guy. What do? You kill the guy, and you go to the boss and say, "Can I have my $250,000 reward?" You're going to wind up being killed yourself. Greg DePalma, I think, got 12 or 14 years. He died in prison. The other guys got about 10. So it was a very good case. But in hindsight, knowing that it was terminated earlier, it could have been a much better case. Similar to what I experienced, so was Donnie Brasco. He was in the movie. He was also proposed for membership, and the Bureau decides to pull it at the last minute, which I can't understand that. When I worked drugs, we find the drug dealer, we found who his supplier was, and we go up the ladder, keep going up until you can't go anymore. Here, we're in with ground floor. No one else thought of me being anything but Jack Falcone. Well, let's just keep going up and up and up. And it was decided against, and that was it for my career as an undercover with the organized crime family. It's unfortunate when you work your own because they tarnish the badge that we so proudly wear, and when people always ask me like that, and I always say to them, look, that's our job. We have to get rid of them because that's a reflection of us. These people are out there representing us, and they're dirty. And when people know that they're dirty, they're going to think we're all dirty, and it really was, it's horrible. And there's even some police departments that look at you as a rat if you work police corruption cases. A lot of these police corruption cases I've done them in San Juan, Puerto Rico. They were just as bad. I've done them in South Carolina. I've done them in Broward Sheriff Department. The Hollywood cops ended around 2000. There were some police officers in Hollywood that we were working with, and these guys were really hardcore thieves. They had no business being police officers, and I was playing the role of a mobster along with my partner, Dino. We were out working with them. They were obsessed with the mob. They wanted to be around gangsters. They loved that. So what we would do is we would create these crimes, like we just stole this Van Gogh art piece, and we needed transported up north. And sure enough, we would hire them. They would transport the stolen artwork up to New York. They give it to us. We spend the day partying with them. They go back. Then we told them stolen Krugerrands. They brought the Krugerrands, which is the gold coins, up north to us. We kept utilizing them, but as we were utilizing them, we kept growing. Got left from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 cops that we were paying them off for transporting stuff. We even set up an executive card game where we rented a boat, and there we brought in agents from the West Coast, and they were responsible for counting the money because it was a $50,000 entry fee. and they took care of all the security for us. We told them we were going to move to the big time of transport cocaine for us. And that's what they did. We would meet them up in Hollywood. We would have a tractor trailer pull up. They would load the tractor trailer with cocaine, and then we would drive up north. It was one time when we came in to see them to arrange another dope, there was a leak. And we couldn't find them. They weren't there, and they were always picking us up at the airport. And it turned out that there was a leak within the Hollywood Police Department that found out because the FBI met with them because they were partners in their terrorist investigation and told them that we had this ongoing police corruption case and that we had just flipped one of the cops to work internally. Well, the chief of police, he didn't like that. And next thing you know, some words got to the subjects that we were dealing with, and they put in their retirement paper, so this way guaranteeing that they were going to get paid for the rest of their lives. We wound up arresting all of the guys. I think we arrested 5 or 6 cops. And what surprised me about that case, the cops were such nice guys. I mean, they were kind of guys you want to sit down and have a beer with, which has baffled my mind how they decided to do this. When I came from Cuba, I was 9 years old and came to America. I was a big kid. We lived in Washington Heights, New York. And then from there, my parents were able to move to the Bronx, where I grew up. When you're in New York, it's funny, you know who the mobsters are. I mean, you know the guys, like a Vinny Bag of Donuts and Joey Pots and Pans. These are the guys, street corner, they hang out, they got their Cadillac, you know, and they're all shiny. They always have people coming up to them, giving an envelope. You kind of respected them and you left them alone. They weren't celebrity mobsters like John Gotti. They weren't celebrity gangsters like Joey Merlino. No one knew who they were. Yeah, you assume who they were because, you know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what this guy does. It's a secret criminal society, and they stuck to those ethos. But we recognized that, we respected them, and we left them alone. And, you know, we had nothing to do with them because once they got you, you know, you were done. And some of my friends that I grew up with, unfortunately, fell into that and helping them out, carrying this, getting them coffee, wash their cars. And then from then on, as they grow up, they start hanging out even more. And next thing you know, you got a gangster in your hands. My freshman year, when the football coach walked around and he saw this Big Mama Luke, me, walking around, and he says, "Hey, kid, you know how to play football?" And I thought football was soccer because in Cuba, we don't play football. You know, it's baseball, our sport. From then I started doing well enough to get an all-conference, all-city, and wound up getting a bunch of scholarships. And then they changed the coaching staff. I went to a junior college that won the national championship. And then from there, went to the University of Richmond. I was the defensive tackle, and we had a great season. My junior year, we were 8-2, ranked 20th in the nation. And during the 6th week, we would go before the games to watch a film. The coach got us all together to keep us out of trouble. So we went to see the movie Serpico with Al Pacino. Now, I finished watching this, and I go, oh, my God, this is what I want to do in life. I mean, here's this cool Al Pacino, long hair, undercover, good-looking chick, lived in Greenwich Village, drove a motorcycle, and to add to that, he had a sheepdog. And I said, this is what I want to do. So I applied for the FBI, and of course didn't hear anything. Called the FBI, said, let me get back to you. Gets back to me, and he says, problem you haven't heard from us is you're not a citizen. I became a citizen in the bicentennial year of 1976. And right after I got that, I went right to the FBI, and I told them, I said, look, I took the test. I'm now a citizen. Let's get my application processed. 4 years it took me to get in. And when I finally did get into the Bureau, I filed for a Freedom of Information and Privacy Act for my file. And I saw many communications from the CIA saying, inasmuch as he is from Cuba, the possibility could be is that he is a mole that could be planted into the FBI. And it is not our recommendation that it be hired. I was a police officer with the Union County Prosecutor's Office, and in 1980, I received my appointment letter to report to Quantico as a special agent of the FBI. The FBI Academy kind of works with three components. There's the physical, where they have you running and doing push-ups and all of these timed events that receive points. Then there was your firearms. And number three that I found tough was the academics. So my studying skills were really lacking, and I was just barely graduated from the University of Richmond, where I went to school. In fact, I even go as far as saying I probably ranked last in my class. So when I go to the FBI Academy, I really had to hunker down and learn how to study. I was able to pass. The minimum grade you need at the FBI Academy is 85, which is pretty high. Below that, it's a failure. And if you have 2 failures in any kind of academic class, you're gone. It was very difficult for me because I had to go through a second process at the academy due to the fact that the first one, there was this assistant director who didn't take a liking to me and was very upset about how much I weighed, and I didn't fit the bureau standards. And I was kind of given an ultimatum. I either resign and lose the weight and come back to the bureau and I'll be accepted. And if I did not resign, I would be fired. When I did leave, I was at a loss. I got a call from the counselor of my class and said, "Hey, lose the weight, come back, we need you." And sure enough, it was like the Rocky song came out. I started running, working out, got into shape. I'm 6'4". They wanted me to weigh about 200 pounds. I think I was 200 pounds when I was 12 years old. So it was a very tough thing. And they got me down to 240. But even for me at 240, that was kind of very light. The FBI Academy surprised me, first of all, that I made it. That was my big surprise. And I think I was 26 years old. And it was such an exciting thing. I know my parents were not too crazy about it because of the unknowns of the FBI. But for me, it was probably one of the greatest moments of my life. I didn't quite fit the bill throughout the career. I mean, the way I looked, I'm a kid from the Bronx, from Cuba. The Bureau early on in the 80s still had the remnants from J. Edgar Hoover. So the demographics, it didn't really mirror the demographics of our society. Everybody looked like an agent. They wore 3-piece suits. They wore their wingtip shoes that we used to call them Thousand Eyes because they had the little perforated holes. And everyone was either from the Midwest, and here I come from the Bronx, a kid who grew up in that area. I just didn't, belong in there. And I think because of that, people realize that this is maybe the opportunity for me to have worked undercover, because I could blend with a lot. I've grown up with all types of races. I've been around people, and I'm able to feel comfortable around people who are not like me. And I think that's where I owe my success and why I did so many undercover cases in my bureau career. If I had to name the most fearful types, it would have to be the Mexican cartel, the Colombian cartel would be my toughest group. And very violent because they come after your family. There's a lot of stuff that they do where they make sure that if you screw them, they'll end up killing your family, letting you live, and then at the end, they'll kill you. I worked some big cases even in Miami with Los Muchachos, the Willie and Sal. These guys were huge dealers. I wound up going after the jury foreman who admitted that he took $1 million bribe, and we got him for 19 years, and then I wound up getting 2 other jurors that we got. Once they identified those who will be testifying against Willie and Sal, they wound up being killed, blown up in cars. Any cocaine that came out of Florida or even the United States at that time, Willie and Sal owned it. I mean, they're legends down here to this day. Willie and Sal were characters, and wound up I had to testify 2 weeks in his trial. I actually felt good about them, even though, you know, they did have the connections for wiping people out because that's what they did. I think at that time they had resigned, that they were pretty much done. I know they made a lot of offers to the government, something to the effect of, we'll give you tons and tons of coke and millions and gazillions of dollars if you just cut us loose, but we didn't do that. Most of my career was done through drugs. Because I speak Spanish fluently, I worked pretty much as a doper. I was a drug trafficker, I was an importer, I was a money launderer. And the money that's made from cocaine and heroin, the mob doesn't even come close to any of that kind of money. They make more money than the mob, they're more brutal, but yet they're not as romanticized as they are with the mob. One that was really a pucker factor. And that was at the Queens Mall, near the Queens Mall, there was the Peachtree Diner, I think it's called. I was dealing with these gangbangers from Harlem, and they were going to sell me 9 keys of coke. And we had it all set up for the next day. This has got to be 2000 and probably year 2000, 2001. We had all our agents, our crew guys are out in the car, in the parking lot. My back was covered. So in comes the gangbangers, and I go, hey guys, you ready to, let's get this thing done. And the guy goes, well, you got to wait a while. We got to wait for these other guys to come. We're waiting a little while, we're talking. All of a sudden, another car pulls up. Now we're up to 9 guys that are just floating in this drug deal right outside the diner. So I got to think quickly on my feet. So I said to the guy, guys, I'm not comfortable doing here. He goes, don't worry about it. It says, they got a house down the block. You can go in nice and comfortable. We'll count the money out. We'll check the dope, make sure everything is fine. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm not going anywhere. And he says, well, why not? I said, I went to my santera yesterday, you know, like in witchcraft santeria. I said, she told me, do not leave this place. This is where the orishas, the gods are watching me here. And if you go, it'll be different. So he goes, I said, I got to call her. So he says, go ahead, call her, right? I walked to the lobby area of the diner, called the office. He goes, I got 2 carloads of guys here, and they are just badasses as they look, but we got to pull it down, and we're going to pull it down now. Next thing you know, people scattering, running down Queens Boulevard, which is a very traveled area, locked up the 9 guys, bring them down to the station, and there they admit that they were going to take me hostage and take my money, and they were going to take the Colombians who had the dope, take their money as well, and their dope. In the car, we found Tech 9s, 9mm. There was all kinds of tape. There was rope. There was all admitted to wanting to, you know, take care of me and that. And that was about as close as I came to it, being targeted. All my undercover roles, I like to do them publicly. I do them in a public forum, in a parking lot of, let's say, where there's Home Depot or inside a restaurant to talk about it. You feel more in control. The Mafia has morphed itself many times over. They learn from all of our successes, and they, of course, try not to duplicate them in kind of ways. But the unfortunate thing is the FBI has an investigative priorities of very violations that they work. And the mob, organized crime has just kind of dwindled. They've actually cut the 5 squads that they had down to 1 squad. So what does that tell me, having worked organized crime and having walked among them, is that these people are doing what they're supposed to do, live a quiet life under the rocks. They're still out there. They're still growing in numbers. We are not working because we are sidetracked with other things. You know, of course, important matters, cyber and terrorism and whatever you want to go. But you can't let go of the mob. Mobs are like weeds. They're growing out there exponentially. And the only way you got to maintain taking care of them, you got to make sure that they stay where they're at. Otherwise, they're just going to grow. I mean, they're always looking to make money in any type of capacity. They just want to get their claws into people. And as long as people are romanticizing and love them, they'll do it. They'll get in. People have this fascination with being around these criminals. It's romanticized, especially in the New York area. It's like, hey, I know a guy who knows a guy who's connected. Like, I'm a connected guy, you know, like, give me a break. And if you see a bunch of guys too, you go to the casinos, a lot of guys dress up like the gangsters. You notice that they wear sometimes the suits, they're all dressed up with the hair and they're talking, hey, how you doing, these and those. You know, you get to a point, it's like they always say, everybody's a gangster. And so a gangster walks in the room. Then it's a whole different ball game, you know? I mean, I know now there's a lot of cop shows, you know, there's FBI, this and that. I know that, but somehow every mob story is the same. I mean, you look at The Godfather 1, 3, Bronx Tale, Goodfellas, he can go on, and it's always some kind of romanticized where it's cool, like this pious, fedora-wearing guys with 45s at school, you know, killing somebody, and Robert De Niro in his roles and all of that. It's just that it's criminal. It really bothers me that the media does that. I retired in 2006, and I was hired as a contractor. And I was towards that end to work that case. And then they wanted me to do more undercover as retired, but I did 26 years. I said, you know, enough is enough. I wanted to do 20. 20 led to 25. 25 was going for 30. And then I got a year for my sick leave. And then I said, what am I going to do here at 30? At 30, they give you like a 10-karat gold, little tiny ring kind of thing with a cubic zirconia. 30 years for that. I said, I can get whacked anytime for that, you know, and no gold watch, you know, no thank you very much, no pat on the back. But I left. I figured it's time for the new blood to work undercover. Do I miss the job? Absolutely. I mean, there's no better adrenaline rush than sitting across the table from a bad guy, and you're toasting something, and you raise your glass, and you look him in the eyes, and your hands are not shaking, but his are. It doesn't come any better than that. I did some contract work with the Boston case, but it was time. I wanted to spend time with my daughter. She was young. My daughter at the time was 6 years old when I retired, and I drove her all over the place, and I reminded me of driving the captain of the Gambino crime family, and it was kind of like the same. You know, hey, Daddy, get me some ice cream. Hey, Jackie boy, let's go over here. Let's get some ice cream, something to eat. So it was like the same thing almost. And it felt good to just be around family and I survived. I'm a survivor. Nothing happened to me. I've been to funerals of undercover police officers and agents, and it's a saddened thing that it happens. It's just so many police officers who have died doing this, and I wish the same for all my brothers and sisters out there who are working undercover. When I was the mob guys, man, I walk in, the waiters trip over themselves, getting a table for you, whatever you need. You don't even look at the menu. The chef comes out, he'll tell you what he's made, or whatever you want, he'll make. Oh God, I miss that tremendous. Now, to put a reservation, you got to wait online. Then you got to sit in the bar area. You got to wait about a half hour before your table's ready. Then you come in. It's like, all of that panache, all of that thing is gone. I mean, it's no longer now. Before I used to carry such a bankroll. Now I don't even have cash now. I got a credit card. Yeah, I wrote the book. My book I wrote after I retired. The title of the book is called Making Jack Falcone. It was a New York Times bestseller. So there's the snippets of some of the 100 cases that I worked. If I was called to do an undercover case, I would do it. That's how much I love the action. It's a tremendous action.
My name is John Kiriakou. I was a field agent for the CIA. I hunted, tracked, and captured terrorists around the world. This is everything I'm authorized to tell you. I'm not allowed to say how many officers or what percentage of CIA officers are dedicated to counterterrorism. After 9/11, the CIA became a paramilitary organization. We started borrowing special forces guys. They would be on loan to the CIA to just fly somewhere, kill somebody, and then fly back for the next Tuesday meeting. The most obvious risk of working as a counterterrorism officer, obviously, is the risk of death. There were two guys who I worked with in CTC, the Counterterrorism Center, Helga Bose and Mike Spann, who were killed in the line of duty. And it wasn't just them. I was the chief of the counterintelligence branch in the Osama bin Laden group. The woman that I sat next to was killed in the line of duty in the Khost bombing in Afghanistan. The suicide bomber, he blew her and 6 of our colleagues up. So death, destruction, but on an equally personal note, your marriage is probably not going to survive an operational tour in the Directorate of Intelligence. The stress is just otherworldly. It's the most difficult and dangerous thing you can do as a CIA officer for a variety of reasons. First, when people join terrorist groups, they do that because they are true believers. And in most cases, they hate you or what you stand for more than they love life itself. And so they are very happy to die for a cause. At the same time, if you're working counterterrorism issues, you generally aren't doing it in London or Paris or Ottawa. You're doing it in Yemen, Somalia, Afghanistan, Pakistan. In Pakistan, unless you were going to carry out an operational act, you had to stay on the compound. It was just simply too dangerous. And so not only do you have this exceedingly difficult job to do, but you have to blend in and not attract attention to yourself and keep yourself safe at the same time. I'll give you an example. When I was stationed in Athens, Athens was one of the most dangerous places in the world for Americans, especially for American CIA officers. 17 November had murdered the CIA station chief, 2 U.S. defense attachés, and a hapless Air Force technical sergeant. This was a very, very lethal group. And so that was my primary job, to work against an incredibly deadly group. And I was the go-to guy on Arab terrorism there because I spoke Arabic. And I drove an armored car, level 4 armor. I carried 2 guns. I had a Glock 9mm on my waist and a Smith & Wesson 38 on my ankle. Even kept a buck knife in my back pocket just in case everything turned to shit, and that's all I had left. Halfway through my tour, the British Embassy received a new defense attaché. His name was Stephen Saunders. He was a 1-star general, brigadier general. Everybody loved him. Everybody liked to be around him, the life of the party. He loved being on camera. So anytime you're at some event and there's a camera, Stephen would run up to the camera and give an interview, which is, great if you're not in a country that's categorized as critical threat for terrorism. I took delivery of this new BMW 540, fully armored. And so we were at a cocktail party the day that I got the car. And I was standing there with Stephen. He was making fun of me, and he says, "You Americans, you're so obsessed with security. It's a NATO country. What are you so afraid of?" And they all chuckled. And I said, "You Brits live in a dream world. If you think because they have palm trees and pretty beaches that they're not going to kill you if they have the chance." And we all laughed again. And then a couple of weeks later, I made a mistake that I had never made before. I slept through my alarm. I had to just get on the main road and go straight to the embassy. And it was straight down this direct road called Kifisias Boulevard. So I get on Kifisias to go straight down the mountain and get to the embassy. Turn on the radio, I'm listening to some music, and this announcer comes on and he says, "Avoid Kifisias Boulevard. There was a terrorist attack at Philothea." I had definitely never heard that. But when he said it, I see this white Rover in the far left lane. There's blood all over the interior of the windows. And I can see when I get close enough that the driver's side window's been shot out, and Stephen Saunders drives a white Rover. It turned out that they had taken him to a hospital that was next door to the British Embassy, and he died there about 20 minutes later. I mean, we knew who did it. It was Revolutionary Organization 17 November. Now, 17 November usually would drop a manifesto at the site of the assassination, or they would mail one to a leftist newspaper. My boss runs into my office and he says, "Did you see the manifesto for the Saunders hit?" He says, "It mentions you." I said, come on, not possible. Like seriously, nobody took security as seriously as I did. And he shows it to me, and it says in Greek, we saw the big spy, but he was driving an armored car, and we knew he was armed. So we elected to carry out the revolutionary sentence on the war criminal Saunders. And he said, you got to go. We're going to take you to the airport. You're going to go home. We'll pick up your kids. We'll pick up your wife. We'll pack at your house. So we flew out. The night before that happened was the last night I spent in a house with my wife. And we were divorced soon after. She was just like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. Assets are critically important to counterterrorism because as an American CIA officer, I'm not going to be able to infiltrate a group directly. I was one of only a handful of CIA officers who spoke fluent Arabic. Even with my fluent Arabic, I spoke with an accent. So John's not going to be able to put on a thobe and a dishdasha and walk into a terrorist training camp and volunteer. That's just not real life. It doesn't happen. And so your job is to recruit someone who is either a member of a terrorist group or can become a member of a terrorist group so that you can use his information to disrupt future attacks. There are a million different types of people that you might want to consider recruiting. But if you recruit a bona fide terrorist, someone who is able to get into the group, you're going to meet with him once a month for hours probably, and he's going to give you 5, 6, 10 different intelligence reports. This is what they're talking about. This is what they're planning. They want to do an attack in Bali or whatever. That's the stuff that you want to get. When I was training as a case officer, one of my instructors said to me that he had gone through his entire 30-plus year career in operations and he never, ever had a target say no to a recruitment. And I said, you must be like some kind of a magical wizard of recruitment. And he laughed and he said, no. When you eventually say, listen, I'm not really, the economic officer here. I'm really a CIA officer. When you drop that cover, you have to be certain that they're not going to run screaming from the room, calling for the police, reporting you to their ambassador. You're going to get arrested. You're going to get expelled. Your career is going to come to a halt. You have to be 100% sure. That's where you take them to lunch, you take them to dinner, you spend weekends together, you do day trips, your wives become friends, your kids are playing together, to the point where you have figured out by now whether he has a vulnerability, and a vulnerability can mean a lot of different things. Maybe he just really, really loves his kids. That can be a vulnerability because then that allows me to say, I see how much you love your kids. I know you want your kids to go to the best schools. I can literally get your kid into Harvard. And I'll pay for it too, by the way. And he says, well, what do you want in exchange? Well, I want the plans to that new Russian tank. I'd really like to get a peek at it. Another vulnerability would be, maybe the guy's wife has cancer, but you can get her into the Mayo Clinic where she can get the best cancer treatment on the planet. Maybe the guy's a drinker or a gambler, even better, and he's always short of money because he's maybe embezzling a little bit from the embassy. 95% of recruitments are made for the money. Sometimes it's ideology, sometimes it's this desire for excitement. They love James Bond, they want to be a part of it. And sometimes it's for revenge. They hate their boss, they hate their country, they hate their leader. You've got to develop that target to the point where he comes to believe that you are his best friend, to the point where in your heart he's willing to commit espionage for you. The resources at the CIA are virtually unlimited. In exchange, though, the information has to be incredible, let's say, but you have access to the location of the leader of Al-Qaeda, and we're able to break down the door and grab the guy. There's a reward for you of between $10 and $25 million that we will pay in cash, in gold, in diamonds, in land, any way you want to receive it. But the budget is going to be there if the information's good. I made a recruitment one time. I heard from a source a group of members of a terrorist cell were meeting for coffee in the same coffee house. Every single day, 10 o'clock, they'd go for coffee. which is a terrible thing to do by way of tradecraft, right? Never establish a pattern. I started going there at 9:30 in the morning. So sure enough, 10 o'clock, they came in, 4 or 5 of them. And one of them turned and looked at me. I did that for a week. I started the second week. Every day, 9:30, I'm sitting there with my Arabic newspaper. And this time one of them nodded at me. So I nodded back to him. And then one day, he came in by himself. And he sits down, and we start talking. And I ask him, how's his family? Oh, he said, my wife is in Cairo with my son and my daughter, and I've never met my son. He really was a family man. He was religious. He made some bad decisions and ended up in Afghanistan. And he just wanted to go home. And I said to him, if that's all you want, you just want to go home? I said, well, I can take care of that. To make a long story short, I recruited him. I got him his passport. I gave him some money to get himself established again and put him on a plane. And he gave me in return everything I had asked for. Very specific information that we use to actively recruit other Al-Qaeda members. I asked him at the end of it, why did you let me recruit you? And he said, I've been here for 5 years, and you were the first person who ever asked me about my family. There are no tactics taught to help you ingratiate yourself with potential targets. You either have it in your gut or you don't. So a normal asset meeting, you go through the Mad Minute. Were you followed here? Were you followed home last time? Do you have any problems, any concerns during the course of the month? And let's meet 1 month from tonight, at 8 o'clock at such and such a hotel. Then you sit down, you have a coffee. How was your month? How are things going? What have you heard? What do you think about this guy? What do you know about him? Do we need to be worried about him? Is he going to be in charge of the weapons cache? That kind of thing. It's not unusual for a meeting to last 2 or 3 hours. I was in a meeting once that lasted 8 hours. It could be at a safe house. It can be walking down the beach. Anywhere where you're going to be safe and that will be private. There was one source I recruited. It was too dangerous to meet him in the country that I recruited him in. So we would fly to Europe and we would meet in Europe once a month. And we would meet like 8 hours a day for 3 days. And then I would take a train to a different country so it didn't look like we were both flying back from the same city at the same time and it didn't arouse any suspicion. Yeah, some meetings by necessity are conducted in cars. And so sometimes you're going to have to do what's called a CPU, a car pickup. You want to be able to pick the person up at a spot where as few people as possible are going to see you. Maybe you're doing it in a semi-residential area where he's standing on a corner. You come down an alley instead of a main street. He jumps in the car and you take off. Let's say the meeting is at 2 o'clock. You want to be there between 1:58 and 2:02. And if you're there at 1:58 and he's not there, you do one more run. And if he's not there by 2:02, you abort the meeting and you try it again 24 hours later or 72 hours later, or whatever your agreement is. You don't want somebody to say, I wonder why that car keeps driving in a loop, and then they write down your license plate number. You don't want to come to anybody's attention. Double agents are indeed real. Double agents are a very, very big problem on both sides of the double. I was well into my career, and I had a great friend who was a station chief. He called me one day. I was at headquarters, and he called me from overseas, and he said, hey, I was hoping you could do me a favor. One of my guys has recruited a double agent. The double doesn't know that we know he's a double. The enemy country has instructed the double to demand to only speak with the station chief. And he said, I live here. It's too dangerous for me to meet with this guy. Can you fly out here and pretend to be me and handle the double agent? I said, of course. So I fly out and I meet with the guy. I meet him in some hotel and I give him a big bear hug at first. which is unusually warm in the Middle East, but I needed to pat him down for weapons. And he didn't have any weapons. And so I made a big deal of taking off my jacket to show him that I didn't have any weapons. I sat down, we ordered some coffee from room service. He said, "Are you the chief?" I said, "You asked for him, you got him, buddy. I'm the chief." I would meet with him once a month. And this went on for about 6 months. We were getting, the take on everything that he was reporting back and what the enemy country was telling him to do. Finally, I'm at headquarters one day. I get a call from a sister agency. And the woman says, "Are you handling this double case?" And I said, "Yeah. Listen, he's been instructed to kill you in the next meeting." I said, "Oh, come on. The guy's afraid of his shadow. He's not going to kill me. I know him well. He's a coward. He's not going to pull a gun and shoot me. But even if he were to pull a gun and shoot me, how about this? Usually, he calls me when he's coming into the lobby of the hotel. I'll tell him to come up to the room directly. And when he comes in, I'll prop the door open. When he comes in, I'll grab him, take him down. You guys burst in from the other room, and we get him." They reluctantly agreed with a proviso that I wear a bulletproof vest. I said, "Fine." So I fly back out, and 4 armed security guys in the lobby. And it turns out the bad guys have 4 armed security people in the lobby. And they're all kind of looking at each other sideways like, "Who are these guys? What's that bulge on that guy's waist?" That kind of thing. And they're all just kind of standing around staring at each other. So he calls me, the double. And I said, "Come up to room, whatever it is, 615. He comes to room 615. I've propped the door open. He comes in. I tackle him. He's trying to get the gun out of his waistband. I have his arm, his hand. My colleagues burst in from the side, and I'm just sitting on him. I have him pinned down on the floor, and I'm sitting on his chest. In the meantime, he's just like, "Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar." And so my liaison partners gave him a shot of Demerol and knocked him out. We put him on a gurney and covered him up like he was dead. And we put him in the service elevator, took him down, put him in an ambulance, and we took him to intelligence service headquarters. He woke up 2 hours later, tied to a chair. I said, "We can do it the easy way, we can do it the hard way. It's totally up to you. We know who you are." He was the leader of that country's Hezbollah wing. I said, "We want all the weapons, all of them. We know that you're the keeper of the weapons." He's like, "F you." So I said to liaison, we should just break into his house. I mean, there's a good chance all these weapons are just in his house. And they said, "We can't. He's got a live-in maid, and she doesn't know anything, and she never ever leaves the house." And I said, "Okay, well, let's just declare a gas leak in the neighborhood, and then we'll evacuate the cul-de-sac. And then we'll just go in and bring a locks and picks team in and just pick the lock." They said, "No, we can't do that. We don't have gas lines in this country. We use propane." "Bring a propane truck. We'll leak the propane. Then we'll just declare the emergency." The fire department comes. They evacuate all of the 6 houses. We break into his house and we find a safe, like a double-sized gun safe. It was enormous, the biggest gun safe I've ever seen. The weapons have to be in there. So we bring the locks and picks team in, and they've got, the stethoscope on, and they're doing the tumbler, and they crack the safe. They open it, and it's empty, except for this handwritten, like childlike handwritten map. So we get in these 2 Jeeps. We drive south, as the map tells us to do. We get out where it tells us to get out. And we found this bunker full to the ceiling with every weapon they had: landmines, hand grenades, rocket-propelled grenades, everything they had. We completely put Hezbollah out of business in that country. And as it turns out, he's still in prison 25 years later. An SDR is a surveillance detection route. This is something that literally every CIA officer must be trained in. This is what's going to keep you from being assassinated or arrested. And so you leave what's called your kickoff point. It could be home, the office, wherever you happen to be. You'll do one that's maybe 2 hours. If you're in a very hostile place, your SDR could be 8 hours. You're changing into pre-positioned cars, you're taking the subway, then you're walking, then you get in a different car, maybe you take an Uber for a little bit of it. An SDR comes in 4 different phases. The kickoff phase, you just go from your kickoff to point A. And then you do kind of it's called a stair step. Make a right, a left, a right, a left, a right, a left, to go to your next stop, which is maybe, it's a fabric store. When you're stair stepping like that, you can definitely see if you're being followed. If you're being followed, you abort the meeting and you just drive home. And you do the whole thing again 24 hours later. If you are not sure you're being followed, you enter what's called the provocative phase, where you'll drive halfway up a block, then make a U-turn and drive back. Make a K-turn, drive back, pull into another driveway, make a K-turn. Stuff that doesn't make any sense at all. But that's just to make sure with 100% certainty that you're not being followed. I served overseas with a woman who was a legitimate State Department officer. She came into the office one day and she said, "Oh, I was under heavy surveillance last night. I took them on a ride that they'll never forget. I was going 100 miles an hour down the highway and I'm just sitting there listening." Because what happened was they determined that because she tried so hard to lose them, she must be the CIA officer. And so they never ever surveilled me because I'm going to the wine store and going to the fabric store and then I'm driving home. But they were plenty interested in her. You have to be very, very careful not to establish patterns. And I almost got myself burned twice. So there was one point where I was flying to Eastern Europe once a month to handle an asset that I had recruited. He was very proud of the village that he had come from. It was high up in the mountains. And there was a hunting lodge up there. He said, "Let's go to this hunting lodge. I remember it so fondly from my childhood, and they serve wild boar, and they serve bear stew, and all kinds of crazy stuff." So I went with him. I ordered a very unusual drink, which I shouldn't have, but it was something my grandmother used to drink. And I remembered it from my childhood, and he was talking about his childhood, so I ordered the drink. And the waitress brought it to me. The next month, I flew up to see him, and he said, "Let's go to the hunting lodge again. They have venison this time of the year, and it's really amazing." So we drive to the hunting lodge, and I ordered the drink, the same drink. And the waitress says, "I remember you." And I said, No, I don't think so. I've never been here before." And she said, "Yes, you have. You're the only person who's ever ordered that drink. And I've been here for 10 years. I said, "Oh, that's right. I was here once before." It's like, doggone it. She spotted me. Now, she was just a waitress. But what if she had been an intelligence officer posing as a waitress? Or what if she was a police informant who's going to now rat me out to the local cops that I'm meeting with this guy? And so afterwards I said, "I am so sorry. I blew it. We can never, ever go back there again." And we never did. In January of 2002, I was named Chief of CIA Counterterrorism Operations in Pakistan. And there was a flood of Al-Qaeda fighters across the border into Pakistan. So I went out and I came up with this idea that instead of trying to catch them in these forbidding mountains, we'll catch 5, 10, 20 at a time in the safe houses. So that's the practice that we adopted. And then after I had been in Pakistan about 6 weeks, we got word that Abu Zubaydah was somewhere in Pakistan. We thought at the time, wrongly, that Abu Zubaydah was the number 3 in Al-Qaeda. If you wanted to be smuggled into Afghanistan to make jihad, he would smuggle you in. And finally, I asked headquarters to send a friend of mine out. He was a targeting analyst, somebody who pours through millions of bits of data to try to isolate the location of one person. I said, "Buddy, we're on the trail of Abu Zubaydah." And I said, "But he's right ahead of us. We just can't catch him." Like sometimes we'd break down a door and there's a cigarette that's still lit. So I said, you gotta pin this down for me. We just can't find him." Finally, he came to me and he said, "I can't get it down to any fewer than 14 sites. I said, 14 sites? We've never done more than 2 raids in a single night before. like, this doesn't really help. So I cabled headquarters and I said, we're going to need a big team. I asked for 36 people. I asked for a pallet of weapons and ammunition and cash and night vision goggles and more battering rams and you name it. And then the next day, a colleague of mine and 2 Pakistani officers started going from site to site to look at all 14 sites. We wanted to make sure we weren't driving into an ambush. Do they know we're coming tonight? Most of these places were little hovels, little one-room shacks made of concrete block or corrugated tin. It was miserable. We come out of the back end of the University of Faisalabad and there's this enormous yellow house, which corresponds with Site 12. And my Pakistani counterpart said, I can tell you right now, something bad is happening in there. He said, it's 100 degrees right now and all their shutters are closed. They have to be broiling in there, but they want people to think there's nobody home. We caught dozens and dozens of people crammed into that house. We're going to the last site, and the analyst calls me, and he says, Abu Zubaydah just made a terrible mistake. He accessed his emails from a landline. I said, oh my God, and the landline is associated with an address. And he says, and it's Site 13. I still have chills thinking about it. And I said, we got him. So we drive to Site 13, but it's an empty field. I said, how can this be? We're sure that he's here, but there's no house here. It's just an empty field. And the Pakistani major laughs and he says, now this happens all the time. He calls a young technical officer, climbs the pole, goes through this head of wires, finds the wire, follows it down the pole, down the alley, and he says, it's that house right there. We all gathered. It was like 60, 70 of us, Pakistanis, FBI, CIA, we all gathered at the safe house. I stood on the coffee table and I said, okay, so rule number 1, we have to take him alive. And exactly as the clock strikes 2, break down the door, separate the women and children from the men, and take all the men to the Faisalabad jail. And so at 2 a.m., I was on the roof of the safe house with my buddy, and I looked at my watch and I said, 0200, here we go. And then we hear gunshots, and I said, that's not good. We jump into our car, we speed over to Site 13, and there are 3 people laying in the street. One is obviously dead. One looks like he's dead or he's going to be dead pretty soon. And the other one is screaming bloody murder. So I said, what happened? And this Pakistani policeman says, we got him, we got your man. And he points at the guy who's like almost dead. I didn't have time to scream at this guy that the order was to take him alive. What happened was Abu Zubaydah, a Syrian bomber, and Abu Zubaydah's bodyguard climbed to the roof of the safe house and were jumping to the roof of the neighboring house to try to escape. And this Pakistani policeman was just picking them off as they were jumping. And he shot Abu Zubaydah 3 times in the thigh, the groin, and the stomach. So I said, this doesn't look anything like our target. We had a 6-year-old passport photo. So I called the analyst. I said, listen, I don't know if it's him. He said, give me a shot of his eye. I'll run a retinal scan. So I lifted up his eye, and it was rolled back in his head. All you could see was white. He's bleeding to death. All I get are the whites of his eyes. He said, get me his ear. Take a picture of his ear. I didn't know that no 2 people on earth have the same ears until that night. They're like fingerprints. So I take a picture of the ear. Headquarters says, it's him. So we pick him up, throw him in the back of this pickup truck, speed to Faisalabad Hospital. So they rush him into surgery. But word got around the Al-Qaeda community that we had gotten him. And so they started driving by the hospital and just opening fire on the hospital. We kept diving down. I said to the Pakistani major that I was with, if they realize how lightly armed we are, we're dead. I said, can you get a helicopter in here? 20 minutes later, a helicopter lands in the parking lot. I walk into the operating room with like this, with my shirt up over my nose. I said, Doc, wrap it up. We have to go. We put him on the helicopter. Like 4 of us got onto the helicopter, and we flew to a Pakistani military base about 50 miles away. And the doctor there said, He had never seen a patient with wounds so severe who lived. But he lived. And sure enough, it took a little while, but Abu Zubaydah started to open up. And the information that he gave was actionable. The way we prepared for raids in Pakistan was actually quite simple. I went online with my CIA credit card and I bought everything I needed. I bought battering rams and bulletproof vests, weapons and ammunition and walkie-talkies, you name it. We didn't have gear that I think most people would consider to be sophisticated. We all had 9mm, just 9mm, because they're so reliable. We all had bulletproof vests. A couple of the guys had helmets, not many. Lots and lots and lots of ammunition. And that was pretty much it. We got a tip with an address. We had 2 CIA officers, 2 FBI agents, and 2 Pakistani officials. And we went at 2 o'clock in the morning, counted 1, 2, 3, boom with a battering ram, bust the door down, throw in a flashbang grenade just to scare everybody and make them disoriented. And we grabbed these 2 kids, they're 18, 19 years old. They both burst into tears. And so we got a tip later in the week from a friendly Arab intelligence officer. So we did it again, and we caught some serious people the second time. A relatively senior member of Egyptian Islamic Jihad and some Al-Qaeda, like mid-level Al-Qaeda fighters. We did it at 2 a.m. because like literally everybody in Pakistan is sound asleep at 2 a.m. It's like they just closed the country. There's no traffic, there's nobody out there, everybody's asleep. And so we figured that was our best chance of not getting caught. I did dozens of interrogations when I was in Pakistan, and I was always the good cop. It was always easier for me, more natural. And the Pakistanis, because it was their country and their rules are different than ours, they could be the bad cop. So the very first interrogation I did was of a Jordanian prisoner. They brought him in and we chained him to an eye bolt in the table, and I said, I'm from the American government and I want to ask you some questions. And he says, very well. Then I laid out a map of the Afghan-Pakistan border and I told him with his finger to show me exactly how he crossed the border. We knew how they were crossing the border. We called them rat lines. We knew where the rat lines were, but he told me the truth. And I thought, you know what, this actually works. And so brought in the next prisoner. Now there were some that had read the Al-Qaeda training manual, not knowing that I had also read it. And so they're like, you know, they pretend to pass out and they just fall off the chair. And you're just sitting there, and then like they're laying on the ground, they open one eye, and you're like, get back on the chair. What's the matter with you? And then they get up back and sit on the chair, and then they go, like this stomach pain, and you're like, buddy, I read the Al-Qaeda training manual. I know all the different things you're going to try to do. And then they just won't answer any questions. So we send them back to the jail. The ones that were cooperative, for the most part, ended up being released. Some were held for a while in Pakistan, then they were expelled, sent back to their home country. But the ones who were uncooperative from Pakistan went to Guantanamo. My conversations with Abu Zubaydah were generally not substantive. After 56 hours, the CIA sent in a private jet with a trauma surgeon from Johns Hopkins University Medical Center. He flew out to the base. They picked up Abu Zubaydah and they took him to the first of about a half a dozen secret sites. They took him all over the world just to make sure that the flight couldn't be traced. So he arrived at the secret site and was given 6 weeks to recover from his gunshot wounds. And so after 6 weeks, he was well enough to be interrogated. So an FBI agent by the name of Ali Soufan began interrogating him in that FBI way, where you treat people with respect and establish this rapport. Maybe you offer him a cigarette or an orange or a cup of tea, or if he's really, really helpful, you let him write a letter to his parents or whatever. And sometimes that takes days, weeks, months, whatever, but they always open up. And sure enough, it took a little while, a number of weeks, but Abu Zubaydah started to open up. And everything that he gave Ali was true. And it was actionable. For example, we didn't have any idea what the Al-Qaeda wiring diagram looked like. This sounds nuts now. But in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, we didn't know what this Al-Qaeda really was. The other thing he told us was even more important. So Abu Zubaydah told us about Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. We had never heard the name before. And we were able to focus all of our counterterrorism assets just to find Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. And we found him. It took us another year, but we found him. 9/11 was still an open, fresh criminal investigation. And so, the FBI needed to be interrogating these prisoners. And the CIA resented that we were overseas and the FBI was in charge of the interrogation, because the traditional relationship is that the CIA is always in charge overseas. The CIA insisted that it be them. And so the CIA was not willing to be patient. They picked up Abu Zubaydah and they took him to the first of about a half a dozen secret sites where he underwent merciless torture. We have nothing to show for it. Torture is the worst possible interrogation technique. It does not work. Yes, eventually the prisoner is going to tell you what you want to know or what he thinks you want to hear, but there's so much garbage that's thrown in with that. It's going to take your analysts months to pour through the information to see what's real, what's not real. And by then, the bomb has already gone off or the operation has already taken place and, you've just cost more American lives. Torture is not appropriate under any circumstances. We caught a guy in Pakistan and we sent him off to be tortured. And I start getting these hair on fire cables from the secret site saying, here's an address in Quetta. It's the big Al-Qaeda safe house. You have to go raid it. And we bust down the door in the middle of the night, and it's just some old lady living in her house. Then we get another hair on fire cable saying there's a weapons cache, and it's buried next to this building in Peshawar, and here's the address. And we go, and it's a shish kebab restaurant. And we've got, metal detectors and ground penetrating radar, and there's nothing buried there at all. The Senate Select Committee on Intelligence majority staff decided to do a complete and comprehensive study on the CIA's torture program, which of course the CIA called enhanced interrogation techniques. They ended up writing a 5,000-page report that is so damning and so highly classified that all that was released was a very heavily redacted copy of the 500-page executive summary of the report. And so the CIA essentially admits that it came up with a torture program, it paid handsomely for the torture program, it implemented the torture program. When I returned from Pakistan, I was asked by a CTC colleague if I wanted to be, his words, certified in the use of enhanced interrogation techniques. I had never heard that term before. So I said, that sounds like a torture program. He said, it's not a torture program. DOJ approved it and the president signed it. I said, this is a torture program and I don't want anything to do with it. I was the only one who said no. That conversation about torture bothered me very deeply. And then I got passed over for promotion. I just captured Abu Zubaydah with these two hands. And we still thought at the time he was the number 3. And I got passed over for promotion. I went into my boss's office. I was screaming. And he said, in your promotion panel, the director said that you displayed a shocking lack of commitment to counterterrorism. I said, because I won't torture people. Well, I was also friendly with the deputy director of the CIA. And he came up to me. He came up to me one day and he said, he goes like this, your name wasn't on the list. I said, you believe it? And he promoted me with the stroke of a pen, which was incredibly generous. And then I went on to my next assignment after that. Resigned from the CIA a year later, went into the private sector. And I thought, this torture program is so wrong and so illegal. Somebody's going to say something to the media. And nobody did. And then in December of 2007, ABC News called me. I had never spoken to a journalist before. He had a source who said that I had tortured Abu Zubaydah. I said, absolutely untrue. I was the only person who was kind to Abu Zubaydah. I'll give you your interview. And so we met up at ABC News studios in Washington. I said that the CIA was torturing its prisoners. I said that torture was the official policy of the US government. It was not the result of a rogue. And I said that the policy had been personally approved by the president. I am very sorry to tell you that Abu Zubaydah is still in Guantanamo today. This is a man who has been in American custody now for almost 24 years. He's never been accused of a crime, let alone convicted of one. And according to the Senate torture report, quoting the CIA, he will never be freed, and when he dies, he'll be cremated and his ashes thrown into the Caribbean. It's un-American. I've been in touch with his attorneys, and they continue to be slightly hopeful that the political tide will eventually change and somebody in the White House is going to do the right thing. I hope that's the case. I think he should have been released many years ago when we first realized that this was not the number 3 in Al-Qaeda, that he had never committed a crime against Americans. He had never joined Al-Qaeda. And even if he had founded the House of Martyrs safe house and the Kandahar and Helmand training camps, he's paid for those crimes many times over. He should be released. The CIA reported me to the FBI for revealing classified information. They investigated me for 3 more years. I had no idea my emails were being intercepted. Teams of FBI agents were conducting surveillance on me. And then I was arrested in January of 2012 and charged with 5 felonies, including 3 counts of espionage. So I was facing 45 years in prison. The government offered me 30 months, of which I would do 23, and then the whole thing would go away. My lawyers told me that this could be a blip in my life, or it could be the defining event in my life. Make it the blip. My wife and I stayed up all night long. And I said, by God, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not going to take it. The lawyers were so mad, they came to my house 7 o'clock in the morning. And he said, you know what your problem is? Your problem is you think this is about justice. And it's not about justice. It's about mitigating damage. Take the deal. And I said, if I don't take the deal and I'm convicted, what am I realistically looking at? And he said, 12 to 18 years. Take the deal. And so I took the deal. The sad irony, I would even call it the sick irony of this whole story, is that I'm the only person who had any connection whatsoever with the CIA's torture program who went to prison. Not because I tortured anybody, but because I blew the whistle on it. The people who came up with the torture are free and rich, I might add. The people who approved the torture are free and rich. The people who carried out the torture are free. The people who covered up the torture are free. I was the only one who went to prison. And honestly, I wouldn't change anything. I'm on the right side of history, and they are not. I started working for the CIA on January the 7th, 1990. And my first job there was in an office. It was to be an analyst. I got bored with analysis in 1997. And so I decided to make a very unusual switch to counterterrorism operations. A counterterrorism ops position opened where they were looking for an officer who spoke either Greek or Arabic. It turned out that I was the only person in the entire CIA who spoke both Greek and Arabic. They decided that it was a lot cheaper and a lot easier to take a linguist and teach him operations, so I got the job. Then you start the basic training on how to recruit spies to steal secrets. And you go to training at what's called the Farm, which is the CIA's famed training center. The first thing I did was a class that we called Crash and Bang. It was literally crashing cars through roadblocks or having your instructors shooting at your car with, paint pellets, and you rolling out of the passenger door and opening fire on a robot that's firing at you from a van. The bang part was learning how to use weapons, the Glock 9mm semi-automatic handgun, the Smith & Wesson 38 revolver, the Remington pump-action 12-gauge. We fired tens of thousands of rounds and really became experts in these things. It was a lot of fun. And then you go into these other courses, things like defensive driving, counter-terrorist driving, surveillance and surveillance detection. And then I went on to my assignment in Greece. I was halfway into my tour in Athens when I received a cable inviting me to apply for acceptance to a new training course called Advanced Counterterrorism Operations. And I jumped at it. So I flew back to the States, took 6 weeks, and it was like in-depth, high-threat, high-danger counterterrorism operations. Then we started doing things like beacons, for example, or listening devices, or covert video, or, we were just starting with this notion of drones. It was all brand new. The driving portion was more about crashing through roadblocks, crashing through cars. I got injured in that training. I mean, this is serious. If you're in some island in the southern Philippines and the Al-Qaeda people down there are trying to stop you and they've got 2 cars blocking the road and you've got to crash through, you have to know which part of the car to crash through. For example, if they're just like this, right? The engine's too heavy. You're going to kill yourself if you crash into the engine. So you crash through the trunk, it pushes the car out of the way and you are able to drive off. You learn little things like the very first thing I do when I get in my car, and I still do it to this day, is I lock the doors. Before I even put the key in the ignition, I lock the doors. Because in training, they have you blindfolded, and then they lift the blindfold off, and you have 3 seconds to respond to whatever it is you see in front of you. It might be a roadblock, it might be a guy standing with an AK-47 in front of you, or it might be a guy opening your door very quietly to put a 9mm at your head and say, bang, you're dead, you fail. And then you have to do the whole thing over again. So you learn all these different techniques. They sent us out to Utah and then Nevada, and we just drove through the desert over sand dunes and, how not to get stuck. Then we were on a track, 60 miles an hour backwards and spinning around. We learned how to do pit maneuvers, but it's a lot of hands-on stuff. You're pretty banged up. Everybody had whiplash when we finished. And I had to have my right knee replaced. What we do for our country. So they prepared me for everything. In retrospect, nothing could possibly have better prepared me for 9/11 in Pakistan. I had been in Greece for a couple of months and I had bought a 50-inch TV. So I had the TV on the back seat of my BMW 540, my armored BMW. I noticed that there was a motorcyclist to my right, and he was trying very hard to stay in my blind spot. So when I slow down, he slows down. When I speed up, he speeds up. I'm a little nervous. So I unzipped my fanny pack so that my gun was easier to get. And I slowed down, he slowed down. I decided to slam on the brakes and try to hit the guy. But he was good. So I hit the brakes, I swerve to the right, he swerves to the right, I miss him. I speed up, he speeds up. I swerved to hit him a couple of times again, and I couldn't hit him. But then it's Athens, which is famous for its traffic. So we come to this intersection. It's like a major intersection. It's 12 lanes, if you can imagine. And it's just jammed full of traffic. So I'm stuck. I pull out my gun. I'm starting to kind of panic inside myself. Not thinking, I'm in an armored car. Just crash the cars out of the way. That's what you're trained to do. But I'm prepared to get out and shoot the guy. He gets off the motorcycle, he reaches into his waistband and he pulls out what looked to me like a 38. It was a smallish gun. It may have been a 22, but it looked like a 38. I saw a path to escape. And so I gunned it. I crashed the motorcycle. The motorcycle just goes flying. And I take off up GVCS. So I got to the cops. And they found the motorcycle. It turned out the license plate had been stolen. Then the question is, was this an attempted terrorist attack? We went out to literally every single one of our counterterrorism sources. None of them knew anything. And in the end, and it was a weeks-long investigation, they determined that it was an attempted carjacking. It was a thief who saw this, at the time, state-of-the-art gigantic TV on the back of a BMW, and he thought, I'm going to carjack this guy and take his car and his TV. But it also put me in a frame of mind to be more wary, and so when I got to Pakistan, I was much quicker to act. I really believe that the future of counterterrorism is a combination of human intelligence and drones. To infiltrate terrorist groups, though, the drone's not going to collect the information. You know, these bad guys, they exercise electronic discipline. They're not going to say, the plans for the next terrorist attack are going to be this, you know, on the phone. You need human beings inside these groups to figure out what exactly they're planning to do. But then when it comes time to confront them, I think we're very quickly getting to a point where you're not going to see CIA officers on the ground with M4s and bulletproof vests and helmets parachuting out of planes. It's going to be drones with Hellfire missiles attached to their undersides. I'm worried about AI vis-a-vis counterterrorism. First of all, it's tough enough as it is to cross borders with 6 different identities, right? How in the world are CIA officers going to cross borders or get through airports with facial recognition scans and AI, you know, following their every movement around the world? At the same time, AI makes the bad guys smarter. So CIA's got the money, and they have access to the right people and the right companies and the right experts to stay up on this. But this is going to be an uphill struggle. The international terrorism landscape changes constantly. There are some constants in that landscape, like ISIS or any of its variations. And then there are both Al-Qaeda and ISIS groups that have popped up individually in northern Pakistan, in India, in the Philippines, all over the place. So it's like playing whack-a-mole, where just as you destroy one, another one pops up that you have to bash in the head too. I think we should be choosing our battles carefully. We shouldn't be casting such a wide net. There's something recent that bothers me greatly, and that is the government's decision to expand the definition of a terrorist group, right? There's a pretty easy definition of terrorism. It is using violence to put forward a political goal. They're adding groups to the terrorism watch list that have never been on the terrorism watch list before. Groups that are loosely associated with what is called Antifa being added to the list is just silly to me. First of all, Antifa is not a group. It's an idea. It doesn't have a headquarters. They don't issue membership cards. They're just loosely affiliated people who are anti-fascist. I would posit that every soldier and sailor who participated in D-Day was anti-fascist. They would be Antifa. So that's just silly to me. To me, that's a mistake because it diverts attention and it diverts finances. We should be focused on the groups that mean us harm, real harm. We should be out there trying to hunt down the people who have taken an oath to kill Americans. So I'm worried that it's too easy now to describe people as terrorists. I disagree with President Trump's decision to declare the narco groups in Mexico and elsewhere in Latin America as terrorist groups. At first, I thought that he did that solely for legalistic reasons, because it would serve to free up budgets, and it would also authorize NSA to begin wiretaps or interceptions of the cartel's communications, which is awesome, great. But declaring them terrorist groups, other than allowing the Pentagon to drone their boats, which may or may not be their boats, I think it's misguided. I'm more of a civil libertarian in this respect, in that if these people are so dangerous and have committed such terrible crimes against the United States, charge them with a crime. You can't just not like somebody's face so you fly around the world to kill them. We're a nation of laws, and we should abide by those laws. So Anwar al-Awlaki, for example, the spokesman for al-Qaeda, guy's an American citizen, born and raised in New Mexico, self-radicalizes, joins al-Qaeda as their spokesman. We blew him up with a drone. He had never been charged with any crime. If he was as bad as you say he was, you at the CIA, then have the Justice Department file a charge against him. But you can't just go around the world murdering people whose politics you don't like and still profess to be this beacon of, respect for human rights. I like to consider myself a realist. If I had my way about it, I would tear the CIA down to the bare studs and maybe rebuild it, but as a shell of what it is today. But I know that's not going to happen. And so it's up to the rest of us, through our elected officials, to make sure that the CIA remain law-abiding or become law-abiding. Besides that, I often encourage young people to apply to the CIA. You can actually affect change from the inside. And I know that's how, if there's going to be change, that's how it's going to be. It's going to come from the inside.
If people want to find more of your work, where can they find you?
My first 7 books were about the CIA. I have several podcasts. I have one called John Kiriakou's Dead Drop. I have one called Deep Focus with John Kiriakou. That's on YouTube. And then I'm starting a nationwide speaking tour. I had a successful speaking tour around England, Scotland, Wales, so we're going to do it here in the States.
My name is Scott Payne. I served in the FBI for 23 years as an undercover agent. I infiltrated biker gangs, the KKK, and America's neo-Nazis. And this is everything I'm authorized to tell you. We were all worried about my safety. We had quick response teams, but the bottom line is if I'm in the middle of 100 acres and the crap hits the fan, what are you going to do for me other than avenge my death unless I take care of it on my own? So, that's kind of that undercover mentality. If you're only going in because you're expecting 3 SWAT teams and HRT to be there for you, you probably shouldn't go in. There was an opportunity to do the Outlaws Motorcycle Club in Massachusetts, out of the Boston office. My game plan was to just go in cold. I think I went into the Outlaws case around July of 2005. Taunton, Massachusetts was what we were going after. They had pretty good intelligence. I'm like, hey, what do you know? And they were like, they showed me, hey, this guy right here, he loves to be surrounded by big guys. He loves to be the center of attention. So they had that down. And I'm like, okay, cool. That lets me know, all right, I can be me. We knew that they frequented a strip club. And for those that don't know, in the biker world, you have a mandatory meeting every week, and that's called church. And depending on the club and the chapter, sometimes that's where you talk about your criminal activity. You cut your phones off, airplane mode, leave them outside, go inside, and that's all ways to thwart being infiltrated, to thwart law enforcement detection. I kind of made some stops at that bar when they weren't there and, kind of got to know the crowd a little bit. And then one night when we're ready to swing for the fences, the surveillance is like, hey, they're leaving, they're on their way there. I'm already at the bar. I'm like, cool. I had asked them, I'm like, hey, can they wear their colors in the bar? And they're like, no, we don't believe they can wear them in the bar. And I go, oh, well, that's good. That's an advantage for me because now I'm just a tattooed dude drinking, staring at half-dressed women, listening to rock and roll, and so was that guy. But that part of the intelligence was wrong. So I'm in there and I'm on one side of the bar, and here comes about, 12, 13 outlaws, all with their colors on, and they take the whole back section of the bar. Well, that changes any kind of approach for me, right? Well, what do? Do you walk up and go, hey, especially this accent in Massachusetts, come on. But you walk up and go, hey, you boys like to ride? I'm probably getting smacked at the minimum, right? So I just started being me, trying to ingratiate, just getting to know some of the outlaws, just shooting the shit, guys at a bar. And then they had somebody kind of check me out in the bathroom. That was a little weird. This big jack dude named Scott Town who I got to befriend and know very, very well through that case. Door swings open, and here he is, barrel-chested, big muscles, and then I see him eyeballing me and start to walk up. So for that split second, I'm thinking, I'm getting jacked. He's probably gonna slam me or something. You know, I'm just ready, preparing for anything. Well, he starts questioning me about where I've been, this, that, and the other. Don't bluff, because I did throw out some stuff. McAllen, Texas. He'd been to Brownsville. Greenville, South Carolina. He'd been to Spartanburg. He knew all the places I was talking. So had I been bluffing and not knowing what I was talking about, I probably could have blown it right then and there. For protection and safety, I got me. I don't have a gun. You know, I'm pretty sure I wasn't even wired that night, because me personally, I don't like to be wired in the beginning. I mean, if we would have started fighting, it's just been me fighting, you know. Hopefully a cover team can hear me. You should have a cover team on you if you're out. A cover team would be like my case team, but they're a response team. You might have multiple response teams and they may do shifts, but for the outlaw case, it was basically me for the 2 years. It was basically me, the case agent, FBI case agent, who was a friend of mine, Massachusetts State Trooper, task force officer, and it was a Brockton PD detective. And we had a DEA counterpart, but for the most part, it was those two task force officers, the agent, and me. Sometimes gaining trust from somebody takes a long time, but I just started hanging. And that night, that first night I bumped them, they invited me to their Northeast Regional meet, which was called the Lobster Fest. I made sure I came back for that and started meeting more people. And I was just hanging around, you know. But, you know, what is a country guy doing in Massachusetts? I'm gonna have to have a reason that's believable. I said I was a site survey specialist because I grew up landscaping, and I started looking for something that I felt comfortable talking about and being able to do for a living. But eventually I start letting it be known that I'm not just a legit businessman. I do some criminal activity too. And then I started doing some things. What it turned in for them was, in the beginning, they would report vehicles stolen. They would get their own insurance money. I would buy those vehicles off of them at a stolen price. And what they believed is that I was moving them to Mexico. And then we start gaining more trust because we're hanging more and they're learning more about me and I'm learning more about them. And then it becomes, hey, we just carjacked somebody. So now they're saying, Tex, we got a hot car. We need to get rid of it. I'm like, okay, I'll get rid of it. So take that one. I started dropping breadcrumbs about the fact that I did used to be in the dope game. And I did have contacts in the cartel, but I got out of it because some of my boys got locked up and the heat was getting too close. In the Outlaws case, there wasn't a part where I was going to get taken down, but there were several times during that case I did get stopped by law enforcement as our team's surveilling me, and I'm getting questioned with outlaws in my car, and I'm getting browbeat by a state trooper, and I've got to stay in roll and hopefully not go to jail, you know, kind of thing. So if that would have happened on a case like that, I'd just go to jail. I wouldn't break cover. I'd let somebody come bail me out and we'll figure it out after that. But hell, it might even bolster my reputation with the outlaws, you know. The biggest lick we came as a year and a half into the case. I'd laid out that I was actually involved in the drug game, and we did a deal where we had a load of dope transferred to another vehicle. So we ended up doing 40 kilos of real cocaine, 1,000 pounds of real weed. What they thought was it was a drug crew selling it to another drug crew, and they got paid for helping protect it. But the big issue in that case that most people like to talk about is the night before the op was supposed to happen, Joe Doggs, who was the president of the Taunton chapter, said, hey man, I want you to come over to the clubhouse. They were having church, that meeting I was talking about. And Clothesline, the enforcer, who's supposed to be my good buddy, says, hey Tex, you got a minute? And I said, yeah. I'd been in that clubhouse umpteen times, man. Who knows how many. There's only one door I'd never been in, and that's the door he opened. And we went down a tight stairwell to a basement. But I'm being generous when I say basement. Northeastern home, split level, more like a cellar. You know, I couldn't stand up straight. I mean, I'm 6'4", and I could probably touch the wall on both sides. Well, they brandished their weapons. And he's got me down there, and just walking down into that dark, tight area one outlaw in front of me, one behind me. I'm like, something's not good, man. This is not good. And everything starts slowing down in your head because you're having an adrenaline dump. He walks me down there and he says, hey, there's a lot of going on. It's my job to protect my brothers. I need you to take all your clothes off. I need you to write down your full name, your address, your kids' names, your wife's name, and I start gold bricks at that point. I'm like, oh, hell. Because being stripped in a basement at gunpoint is not a big deal if you're not wired. You're just naked. It's uncomfortable. It's cold. When you're wired, it's a big deal. And I went to write my name down, Scott Calloway, and I couldn't remember my middle name. It's because I was having an adrenaline dump. I couldn't remember nothing. Everything I'm having the auditory exclusion. Everything's going woof, woof, real slow. You can feel your heart beating. Your hamstrings get rubbery. And I was trying to remember. I was going Scott Calloway, Scott Joseph Calloway, and I'm like, nope, that wasn't my middle name. That was another alias. And I'm just going through this Rolodex in my mind. And then I do something that we train. I had no idea I did it though. And it's basically a distraction technique, but it's also me trying to get information. Must have been my subconscious doing it, right? And I say, what else do you need? And he says, what? And I'm like, my name and what else? Then I hear them yell up to a probate and say, hey, what else do you need for that website? So now I'm doing active listening. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm gathering intel. I'm like, okay, they're gonna Google search me. Back then there was a huge thing called whosarat.com. You can go on that. Anybody that was like locals that get popped, if they can ID the narc and put a picture, they put it on whosarat.com. I took my jacket, my shirt off, I took my boots off, and I dropped my pants and underwear down around my ankles. And I did remember my middle name finally, and I wrote that down. But the whole time I'm doing things that we teach. I'm like, I'm talking, I'm looking at clothesline, and I'm like, I didn't say it, but my eyes were saying, tell me everything's gonna be okay. What the hell's going on? I looked for plastic. If I'd have seen plastic on the floor, I probably would have tried to fight my way out of it, but I mean, what the hell could I have done? I don't care how tough you are. 13 outlaws, you're downstairs, you gotta get upstairs, get out the door. So I'm talking, but in his look, he's kind of looking back and he says, at one point he tells me, he goes, trust me, man, if somebody accused me of being a Fed, I'd smash him in the mouth. And I looked at him and I said, I'm not happy. That was true. I was not happy. And he said, I wouldn't be either. So I think we're done. Then he grabs a piece of clothing and he says, hey, I'm not gonna find anything in here I don't want to, right? Like some naked pictures of my old lady. And he laughs. He goes, my laugh's like this. Because, without giving too much away, there was something in that piece of clothing. And he starts needing it. He starts looking at it and he's going over this whole piece of clothing and he looks right at it, but doesn't see it. And I pass. And we immediately go back into business. Now, several things to be learned from that. A lot of people ask me, what would you have said if he would have found it? And to this day, I remember it like it was yesterday. I got two responses. One would have been to buy myself some time. If he'd have said, what is this? I would have said, I don't know, some naked pictures of your old lady, because he already threw that bone. The only other line I had was, the gig is up. I'm an undercover FBI agent. I can walk out of here and we can see each other in court, or all hell's gonna break loose. However, that would have been a bluff on my part, because to my knowledge, every time I was in that clubhouse, the cover team really couldn't hear me. That night when I turned in my equipment to the case team, what I found out was Sergeant Higginbottom, Higgy, was the Massachusetts State Trooper, and Joe was the Brockton police guy. That first exchange between me and Joe Dogs at the door made their spidey senses go off. Or if you're me and you're a believer, it's the Holy Spirit talking to you, divine intervention. What Higgy and Joe did is they suited up, vest and everything, ready to respond. But because they knew how fortified that door was on the clubhouse, the cinder block wall around it, their plan was to drive the vehicle into the cinder block wall to breach it there, because it would be easier, in their opinion, to breach that door. I can't tell you how many people in my law enforcement career, or even today, that I would know and I'd say they would have pulled the trigger. They would have went in there, they wouldn't have waited, but Higgy and Joe knew me enough to listen to my voice, and I was in control enough to where they didn't. and we passed the test. The case was very successful. I will tell you, there's a whole nother side to that 3-year period. I had been going at a pace for 3 years where I'd stopped taking care of myself. I'm a workaholic. So in order to work these cases, I would take my days off. I would be undercover in Oklahoma over the weekend, come back, not take a day off, go right back to work because I wanted to make my bosses happy in McAllen so I could go do the undercovers and be on SWAT and do all this other stuff I was doing. And it eventually caught up to me. By the time the case was ending, I was a zombie. I was on antihistamines, decongestants. I was taking hydroxy cuts after drinking 3 cups of coffee. It's a cocktail for anxiety. And that's what happened to me. I crashed physically and mentally. I probably slept like an average of 16 hours a day for a week, but I bet you the first 2 days I was close to 20 hours. I wasn't depressed or sick. I know what they both feel like. I was just that daggum tired. The case finished with a reversal. I helped set up the deal to get the cars, and then the guy that asked me for that deal, when the undercover truck drivers that were working for me on the case were picking up the vehicles, he pitched them for the 10-kilo deal. They said, yeah, we can get it, and they delivered it to him, and we took it down. Everybody pled guilty, and I don't know if the Taunton chapter ever came back, but it was pretty much defunct after that. Do I believe that white supremacy in the domestic terrorism realm of the FBI is probably the most violent and most dangerous? Yes, based on my experience, because the militia groups that I infiltrated and stuff, a lot of them are just pro-gun, and it goes back to what it's always been. If you come to take their guns, you're gonna have a Ruby Ridge or a Waco. In 2019, we started hearing about the base. So the base was an organization considered accelerationist. They want to accelerate the collapse of society. They don't believe there's a political solution to save the white race. They believe that society is going to collapse on its own or from man-made events, and they want to speed it up. We've got people out there that just call in and say, hey, I was on this Telegram channel, and there's this guy going by TMB, and man, he is saying some crazy stuff. So we start watching. And it's just spewing hate, and that's not illegal. You know, First Amendment protection in the United States. And we knew that pretty much the leader was a guy named Ronaldo Nazzaro. His online monikers were Roman Wolf and Norman Spear. And then I would kind of post, hit them, hey man, I like what you're saying. I train all the time, blah, blah, blah. And then they might like it back. Well, at the end of all their stuff, they're always recruiting. And it said, if you're interested, email thebase_1 at. So I answered it. And that started a series of questions through emails over probably a week or two. And then it got to the point to where, I mean, they're asking you your ethnicity, where you live, what's your background, what's your belief system. And I was instructed to download the app called Wire, kind of like a WhatsApp kind of thing. You can do calls on it too. And I think it was July of 2019, I did approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes of an interview. It was basically a panel. I think I remember hearing like 5 different voices, and some of them were really young. But Ronaldo was on there, and I get peppered with questions, and I'm answering them back. About 24 hours later, I got a ping on Wire, and it said, we'd like to have you. We'll hook you up with the cell leader closest to you. The base wanted 3 to 5 man cells all over the world waiting for that call for the Boogaloo. And it turns out that Al-Qaeda, translated to English, is the base. Don't know if that was a coincidence or that's why Ronaldo chose it. I go down to Rome, Georgia, and I meet TMB, the Militant Buddhist, and Pestilence. Now listen, they're pretty squared away because even though they're young, like 21 and 19, they told me where to go in the town. They told me where to park. They told me to take a picture in the town of Rome, Georgia. There's a Capitoline wolf. It's the Roman wolf statue. They wanted me to take a picture of that and send it to them. So I met the case team right before that. They want to put a tracking device on my truck because, again, we don't know who we're meeting technically. We don't know where we're going. They don't want to lose me. I don't want them to lose me. I go and meet them, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to get checked. I mean, if they're worth anything, they're going to check me out, you know? So they come up. I go, hey, man, how's it going? I go, at that point, I was White Warrior. I changed it to Pale Horse shortly thereafter once I was in the group. He's like, hey, man, put your phone on airplane mode. I need to check you. I said, okay, airplane mode. He pulls out this wand I'd never seen. To me, it looked like some kind of Geiger counter. I mean, it had all kinds of lights and buttons on it and a triangle card, and I'm like, and he's running it all over me, and I'm like, okay, cool. He starts going down the truck. He starts getting to the back of the truck, which is where they had installed a tracking device, and that thing starts going nuts. And I'm like, oh, it picks it up. And turns out that piece of equipment, that kid who doesn't have a job is holding is $500. It's not chump change. And it does detect everything. Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, any signal there is, it'll color code it, make a different sound for it. Right when he's getting to it, I was on a hill and the power lines were pretty low right there. And Pestilence says, I wonder if it's the power lines. And he said, hang on. And he walks over. I'd already dropped my right leg back because I thought we were getting ready to throw down. I'm like, oh, here we go. He walks over to the power lines and that machine goes nuts. That detector goes nuts. He's like, man, all right, it's the power lines, follow us. So now I'm following him and I'm like talking. I don't know who's watching me or what, so I've got like a cup. I got my phone, I'm driving with one hand or my knee and I'm going, hey, can you guys hear me? And they're like, yeah, and I go, you need to shut the tractor off. They're like, well, we're afraid if we shut it off, we won't be able to cut it back on. And I'm like, well, I'm telling you, if you don't shut it off, it's probably gonna be the quickest undercover I've ever done. We pull into an abandoned concrete plant, is what it looked like to me. And it turns out that that TMB, which stands for the Militant Buddhist, his real name is Luke Lane, and his dad had 100 acres in Rome, Georgia. And that's where we start training. And that's where I start meeting more members and identifying members of the base as they come down to train. So we're out there, and it's semi-automatic, AR-15s. And you gotta remember, at this time in my career in life, I've been the lead tactic, the principal tactical instructor for the division forever. I've been a firearms instructor. I can't go out there and tell them what they're doing wrong. I can't go out there and make them better. That weekend, a 19-year-old kid led firearms and tactical training, and it was good. As I'm watching, I'm going, if they really wanted to go bad, they're probably gonna get the drop on a lot of people because they're doing magazine exchange drills, fast firing drills, speed, accuracy. No, I did not show my, what I consider above average marksmanship skills when I was shooting in front of them. I threw some rounds. I jacked up some magazine exchanges. Everybody was always building their kit. And by building your kit, I mean bulletproof vests, plate carriers, rifle repellent plates, they call it battle rattle, which would be duty belt if you're a cop. But you got your battle rattle, you got your pistols, you got everything. They wore Flecktarn camo, only Flecktarn because that's the German pattern, and they're white supremacists. In the domestic terrorism world, if you've got a base member who's predicated and you can open a case on them, but they live in California, well, California, LA's division is going to have to open that case. You got one here in New York, New York's going to have to open that case. So you got all these case teams, and it got to the point to where every Monday was a meeting between like the higher ups, and they blessed me enough to have me on the phone, which was good because I'm the ground level person that can be like, hey, this is what they're doing. And then every Tuesday was a meeting between all the United States attorneys, the assistant United States attorneys and locals. It got pretty big pretty fast. There's a couple of different ways that the base was recruiting. Online was huge, but the accelerationist groups seem to be really big into what they call stickering or postering or flyering. It would say, save your race, join the base. And there'd be a picture of a swastika and a dude with a military hat on kind of thing. And then it would have a QR code. So you scan that QR code and it takes you right to BitChute to a video, and it's a propaganda recruitment video that the base did. I was in tons of them. We did a lot of filming down in Rome, Georgia for the base. You know, it might be like a voiceover. It might show, it might be some strong heavy metal, black metal song, and it would just show us running and like fighting and shooting, and there's always like a magazine dump at the end where all of us on the line just emptying a mag. And the rule was every recruitment video had to be better than the last one because we want to be better. There's a very powerful recruitment video out there called The Lion of Europe, but you can't pull it up. I mean, you might be able to find it on like maybe a Telegram, but if you try to even put it on a Google Drive or anything, it gets flagged right away. And again, you got to remember, these guys call your mass murderers, your white supremacy mass murderers, they call them saints. They have a leaderboard. The leaderboard shows scores, and then it gets down and it says, what are you going to do to make the board? Saints, a leaderboard. What the hell's wrong with you? generally you're going to find somebody that's satanic in that group. And there's groups like Order of Nine Angles, and there's some other ones that are out there that are, I mean, the stuff they spew and write down is pretty horrific. I mean, like mutilation of children and a lot of satanic stuff. So fast forward to Halloween of 2019, we held a hate camp in Georgia. Probably about 13 base members from all over the country came. That Halloween night, they stole a ram from a local property. We went down and held a pagan ritual, which nothing against pagan. I got plenty of friends that are pagans. I mean, I got Viking stuff all over my arm, but they twist it just like Christian identity twists the Bible. So they kidnapped the goat, ram. We sacrificed it at a pagan ritual, drink its blood. A lot of the members do acid. The next day we did training, and then we had another little hate camp where built a fire down there, burnt Bibles, burnt American flags, screaming, F your Jewish God, you know, F America, F Jews, that kind of thing. But after that, I gained enough trust. We uncovered several murder plots that Luke wanted to bring me in on. They had found a couple that they believed were an Antifa couple in a couple of counties away, and they wanted to murder them. Luke had already started making a list of lefty journalists and reporters. And I'm like, so you actually want to start killing people who are in the news and on TV and stuff? And he goes, yeah. And I go, okay, well, it's a good thing we're going to take a run at this family. It'll be good practice. Meanwhile, the Baltimore, Delaware crew believed that the huge gun rights rally that was going to be happening in January of 2020, their idea was they thought this was going to be the set off of the Boogaloo. They had also started getting really crazy, talking about like breaking out saints from the prison, using that 6.5 Creedmoor with a $6,000 thermal scope to shoot cops at night. The big thing for us was try to make this timeline work and get all the evidence we needed to do an airtight case, which we had good ones going anyway, but you can always like, hey man, if we could find this out kind of thing. I flew to Baltimore on a Friday, drove up to Delaware, was with two of the base members there, sighted in their weapons, hung out all day, went and got something to eat, started having a few drinks. I flew to Atlanta. On Sunday, drove up to North Georgia, met with those base members to finalize the murder plot. I picked Luke up to take him to lunch. I feigned that my truck had issues and pulled over on the side of the road, got out to work on my truck, and then that's when another truck came over. I started talking to that person. But while that's happening, the SWAT team's coming over the hill in their Bearcat armored vehicle, and I jump in the truck, drive off. They take down Luke without incident. They pick up Pestilence at his house. So by Friday, it's starting to come out, and now I'm in the main chat. I haven't responded. I'm not answering anybody, but like, has anybody seen Pale Horse? Look at this, so-and-so and so-and-so, and it's going and it's going, and it's like, wait a minute. This report says there's a federal agent that infiltrated us, and they're like, who the hell's the Fed in here? And I'm just waiting, and Nazaro figured it out. He goes, he attended every training, which could be a red flag. I should have picked on something like that. And as soon as he started saying that, I go, oh, he knows it's me. He's figured it out. And somewhere around like 5:15 on a Friday night, it was like, Roman Wolf has removed you. So I screenshotted that and sent it to all the case teams, and I put, and I'm out. And that was it. We took that one down. Your story has to be straight. We called it your legend, but your backstory. In other words, especially if I'm planning on going deep undercover, it may not work, but plan for it, because if I came in here with crappy backstopping and a name that I don't have anything associated, you know what I mean? If it's not real, if it doesn't look real and it's not real and tangible, you can't touch it, then all of a sudden something breaks and you can go deep undercover, you're screwed because you had a bad foundation. So know your stuff, because you're going to get tested on it. Don't bluff, because if you got my luck, you're going to get called on it. Another big one that I saw and personally dealt with is you need to be able to see that a situation is deteriorating and be aware of it and get out if you got to. Or maybe everything was heating up and they're like, do it, and then you fake it, and then they're like, all right, everything's cool, man. Then now you know that the situation is back, For me personally, the way I was trained and the choices I made, I always stuck very close to who I am. I mean, it's still me. The jokes are the same. I just may or may not be married, may or may not have kids, may or may not have played college ball, may or may not be a musician and a singer. But I mean, I probably ride motorcycles and lift weights. Is there a danger staying close to the truth? Again, case by case, subjective, because it could be. If I've got it way too close, you know, like you can figure out that I'm married and my kids and stuff, but I generally felt better and more secure being close to who I am. There's a few rules for undercovers. It really goes for sources too. We can't be involved in an act of violence unless it's in self-defense, right? We can't lead and come up with the criminal idea. You know what I'm saying? That'd be an entrapment issue, right? Let me say this, operational security. You should never have anything personal that ties to you. I mean, of course, I'm wearing my personal clothes. What if I went and picked up my coat from the cleaners and it says Scott Payne on it? And now I'm undercover and somebody grabs my jacket and you know me as Tech Scott Calloway, and now you see Scott Payne in the jacket. So you gotta be totally clean. One of the things I would do to kind of get and roll for almost all my cases is I take the cross off. I take my cross off my necklace and I put a skull on. When I got home, I'd switch them back.
This might be tradecraft. How would you ever alert your cover team if you were in trouble?
It's not tradecraft. It gets kind of funny because you go and you meet case teams and case agents all over the country, and if you've been in there and you're getting along in the tooth working undercovers and stuff, and it's always like, hey, what do you want? What's your code word? What's your safety word? And I'm like, how about this? If I yell help multiple times in a row, that's my code word. You know, and I get it. Do you want to set them off or not? But I've been on, especially at the narc level, that I got so much experience. You say, okay, your physical signal is going to be, you're going to take your hat off, you're going to tap your head and put the hat back on. Person's never done it, their baseline's never done it, but for whatever reason, subconsciously it's in there and they don't even realize they do it. They're talking to the bad guy, they take their hat off, tap their head and put it back on. It wasn't time for the signal. They did it by accident. Now my go word, you know, like we could come up with something like, if you want a word where, for me to let the team know I got the evidence, like for something quicker, maybe we're doing crimes against children, we're ordering escorts or whatever, and once I get that money in exchange for sex thing, I can come up with something, you know, bathroom, something simple. But yeah, I always tried to keep it simple. People ask me a lot, you know, what was it about undercover work that drew me? I've always loved connecting with people. I'm a people person, gift of gab kind of guy, but I will tell you this, I was always fascinated with undercover movies. I don't care if it was the cheesiest undercover movie, I love it. I was a cop first from 93 to 98, and for 3 years uniform patrol, 2 years vice and narcotics. So I was already certified to do undercover work in the state. And then I was applying with the FBI, and I got accepted in 1998. It's a selection process. Every field office has an undercover coordinator. If you have a seasoned undercover coordinator, they should be sitting you down, not giving you things that are going to be in the certification course, but talking to you about. I mean, if you came to me right now, I'd be like, okay, so what do you think undercover is? What are you picturing? You know, do you have a family? How long have y'all been married? You got kids? How old are your kids? Things like that. But again, the undercover program is completely voluntary. Even if you're certified, let's say you make it through the certification process, nobody can make you work undercover. They can make you be a case agent, but they can't make you do undercover. Then at some point, you're gonna have to go do psychological testing. We have something called the safeguard unit. So you do psychological tests during the day, and you're gonna sit down with a clinical psychologist. That may be an FBI agent that's taken a position at safeguard unit, or it could be somebody we've contracted in. And then you sit down with somebody like a Pistone, or like hopefully me later on in my career, somebody that's seasoned, to talk about things outside of that, like, man, how are you doing? How's your family doing? How's your division? Do they support you, or do you get a lot of grief for being in an undercover program? They might run you through a scenario or two, and then they're gonna do all their crunching back at headquarters and stuff, and they're gonna come down with 40 candidates. It's a 20-slot school, but they have 20 backups, just in case somebody falls out and you can slide another one in. I got certified in 2002 with the undercover certification. I think in 2003, I started role-playing at the school and eventually started teaching blocks at the school. from 2003 till I retired, 2021. I've never seen a 100% graduation rate. That doesn't mean it's hazing. I mean, that to me, it gives the course credibility. You go through that process, and if you make it, it's 2 weeks, no days off, pretty big on sleep deprivation, because it really brings out the weaknesses. And we want to see that. As trainers, as undercovers, we want you to feel it if you're going through it, you know. If you're gonna drink while you're undercover, which of course you can, and we want to see how you are. Do you lose your stuff and start wanting to fight everybody, or you know, do you take all your clothes? I mean, you know, things we'd want a red flag, you know. New York City was my first office in the FBI out of the academy. And I was already doing some cameos here, and cameo is just like it sounds like in the movie thing. Like I hopped in a truck with a task force guy and we delivered 3,000 pounds of weed to a Jamaican gang. That's a cameo. I mean, we're delivering it, and then they're gonna get it, and when they pop the box, everybody runs in and arrests them. Well, there's huge differences from when I started undercover to when I finished. Hopefully you get wiser. As far as me as a Greenville County narcotics officer, and the first time they rolled me down the street in a high trafficking drug area, and they gave me a $20 bill and told me, they said, all you gotta do is pull down the corner, they're gonna run up to your car, you just tell them you want a 20. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I mean, I'd bought and smoked weed prior to becoming a cop, but you know, multiple times, but I didn't know about pulling in, you know, to those areas. And I remember I rolled down there and I was so scared. You know, the guy comes up and he's like, what you want? He's in my window, he's like, what you want? I cracked the window just enough to get a $20 bill through it. Like I'm trying to insert into the vending machine, you know? I'm like, I'm sure my voice was high because I was scared. I was like, I want a 20. I handed it through, slid it through. He's rolled down the window so I can hand it to you, you know? He hands it to me. And it was probably a sliver of, I don't know, it could have been soap, who knows, you know? I'm in New York, I'm assigned to New York, 9/11 happens. I come back as soon as you could fly commercially, and I help cover leads running up and down West Side Highway and other highways. It was very surreal. But I saw a canvas for some undercover work in San Antonio. I put in for it, I got approved for 30 days, and once that happened, I became the primary, and they ended up transferring me. So I went to the border of Mexico for 6.5 years. And while I was there, as a case agent, I'm working cartel stuff and this, that, and the other. I can tell you transparently, I can't talk about the case because it was only like one of the only ones I did that was classified. It's been outed, but I don't want to be put on a box. Operation Poetic Justice was a public corruption undercover operation. And it took place, man, I want to say around like 2009 to 2011. The FBI is looking for systemic public corruption, which means more than just one person, generally speaking. And that was the reporting. And it had been reported for years and years, but nothing was found. And so I went in and you know, tried to infiltrate, ingratiate, get to know people. I was relatively new to the Tennessee area that we were in. That was right when the big opioid crisis was happening. I went in there to try to give me something, to, you know, some kind of something to be a little dirty. And I came in with purported stolen cigarettes, and those things went like hotcakes. Because out there in the rural Tennessee area, they had no problem getting their opioids, but man, they did not like paying that much money for cigarettes. So once that happened, I was like, oh, this is our end. And I started bringing in reportedly stolen cigarettes and selling them. And I was selling for $20 a carton. And they would give me like 2 Oxy 80s, which were going for $1 a milligram. So they just gave me $160 worth of drugs for the $20 carton. And then we started trying to wrap in some local law enforcement. And we did good. We got a constable who was dirty. We got a guy that was a reserve who became a cop while I was in that case. There are a few things a good cop hates worse than a bad cop. Don't tarnish the badge. I mean, dadgummit. We did get the constable on some dope charges. We got the cop, and he was still buying stolen cigarettes from me. I mean, I'd seen him do cocaine and stuff, which is just heart-wrenching when you're a cop. When you are blue, you know, you took the same oath I did. What the hell's wrong with you, you know? But we got him because he was buying what he thought were stolen iPads and stuff from me, TVs and stuff like that. But most of the charges were drugs, just from the pills and the cocaine. And we did like 51 indictments, but most of them went state. That was a 1.5 year case. I kind of broke my own rule, don't underestimate. Earlier I talked about you need to be able to tell when a situation's deteriorating and not stay in it if you can get out. Early on in the case, I'm at this trailer of Mike and Sherry, and there's other people there. And I guess I wasn't paying attention. All of a sudden everybody's gone, and it's just me, Mike, and Sherry. And what I'd done is to validate my knowledge about drugs. I had picked up some cocaine the previous trip there, and I bitched about it, as a good drug dealer would do. You know, I'm like, that wasn't worth it. It was stepped on, because I knew the purity of it. I go, that wasn't nothing. Well, that was Mike's end. He goes, well, not my stuff. Try this. You're talking to a mountain man with no teeth in his head, who drinks all day, does cocaine and pills all day. Good guy that I could bond with when he was good, but when he was bad, he was bad. I mean, he would just go off. Hard to trust, hard to be around kind of thing. Violent. It's a chess game, right? You're always trying to think of the next move. I missed it. Now I'm sitting on a couch, leaning backwards. I got a red bone hound in my crotch, growling. Mean dog. Growling, teeth showing. I'm leaning back as far as I can on the couch. There's an open bag of cocaine in my face, and he's going, do it. Do it. If you're not a cop, do it. If I find out you the law, you a dead man. You hear me? He also had a short barrel, double barrel, 20 gauge shotgun with a hammer's cocked back sitting right next to him. What was going through my head immediately was, you idiot. Like, I can't believe I let my guard down and now I'm in this position. And I'm like, I'm not doing it. I mean, I've told you, man, I got heart issues. I used to do tons of it. I was a power lifter. I ain't doing that shit no more. Well, then he's like, well, Sherry's on the rescue squad. So-and-so on the squad's had heart attacks. He's got a bad heart. He did this morning. He's fine. And I'm thinking, well, that's great. But eventually what happened was, he said, well, just taste it. Just taste it. And he wasn't backing away. Clearly the situation's deteriorating. I did a sleight of hand move, and I faked the taste test. I did not stick it in my mouth, and it was fine after that. Don't want to give away trade crafts, right? But you don't do dope. Now, if your life's in danger, yeah, I'll do the dope. And then I need to tell the case team, and I need to tell the United States Attorney's Office, and I need to get to an emergency room and let them know that I've ingested a drug to make sure I'm not going to OD, especially today. I mean, look at the day with fentanyl and everything. Hell, you can touch that and die. Let me give you an example. Narcotics street level. I'm a narc in the middle of the 90s, and our MO was kind of like, you can get 3 buys from a location, that was good enough for a search warrant. You know, wasn't always the exact, but roughly we get 3 buys out of a house, we hit it. So I'm going to buy from you, and I'm a user. I can probably come up with a reason not to do it in front of you 2 or 3 times. But can I come up with a reason not to do it for 2 months? No. It's all your story, and it's got to be believable, and you got to believe it, and you got to sell it. Myrtle Beach happened because I did see a canvas. There was a young man who had already been to prison. He was a felon. He shows up at a Ku Klux Klan rally, but he is so radical that he is scaring the white supremacists. This guy was attracting attention because he was so radical and wanting to hurt people, and it got turned over to us. I come in as, it's a role I like to call closer. I don't know if there's a correct term for it, but to me a closer is this. You want to do something, you want to blow something up, I'm the guy that can get you the bomb. I'm the guy that can get you the gun. I'm a closer. In this case, Benji McDowell was his name, lived about 45 minutes outside of Myrtle Beach in Conway. So I meet Benji. We go down to Myrtle Beach, meet in the hotel room and talk. What are you really planning on doing? We saw what you posted. We've seen what you've said, but do you have the means to do it? How many steps have you taken to make it happen, if any? Those are things we're trying to find out. And if any kind of murder or harm to innocent people is going to happen, we got to stop it. So basically, he just kept saying, I got the heart, I got the heart, I got the heart. I just don't know how to do it. I need some guidance. I'm not going to guide you on how to shoot the synagogue. He'd already looked at a synagogue. He knew that they were having a Saturday family day. And I did point out to him, hopefully, and this kind of slow things down, because he wanted to do it in the county he'd been arrested at. And everybody knows he's a felon. So I was like, I talk like a criminal does. I'm like, hey, you know, aren't you on the radar here? You know, oh, yeah, you know. So day ends. I'm sitting at the bar at the hotel because I fly out the next morning. I've already turned in my recording equipment. My undercover phone rings. It's Benji. He goes, I like what you were saying. And you're right, I am too known here. I'm going to find another spot a little further away. In other words, another target, another synagogue or whatever, a little further away. But until then, you think you could hook me up with a 40? I didn't even miss a beat. I said, yeah, man, what do you need? Glock? Sig? What do you want? He goes, I like a Glock. All right. He tells me how many rounds he wants. He tells me he wants a hollow point. So if you're a felon, you can't have a weapon. I was doing some more calls, coming up with a gun, and then he sped things up because he said, hey, man, I'm leaving. I'm moving. He was staying with his mom. And we were like, where are you going? And he said Alabama, but I'm like, the case team's like, dude, we've got everything written up. We can't let this dude hit the road and lose him possibly, or him hurt somebody, number one. And I drove through the night or whatever to Myrtle Beach. And so then we go and pick him up, and I sell him a gun at the gun he requested at a decent price. He wanted to be safe. You know, I gave him a gun. The gun was inoperable, and then we were both arrested by the case team. The case team came in, and I remember getting my head slammed off the side of the SUV I had rented. So like they come rushing in, and I'm looking at Benji, and I'm like, be cool, don't say nothing. And they grab us, and they get him. And actually, one of the cops in Myrtle Beach used to be NYPD, so it's total New York accent. And you know, because we connected right off when we met. I'm like, I was in New York. He's like, oh man, I go, you know. So he's the one that slams me. And then he goes with his New York accent, your friends from New York say hello, you know, something like that. And I was like, what? When did the ad-libbing come in? What was that? But I will tell you, I said, you guys need me to stick around, whatever. They go, no, we got it, Scott, thanks. As I'm driving back to Tennessee, they called me shortly. I mean, probably within an hour. And they said, listen, he confessed to everything. So I congratulated the case team. Because, see, that was going on while the bowl haircut Charleston church shooter was in trial. And he represented himself in trial. When you teach tactics, we never name the shooters' names because that's what they want. I'll name the victims all day long. I'm not giving them any more publicity, right? Mass murders. But Benji told me, when he was explaining what he goes, I want to do something. And he goes, I want to do something in the spirit of Dylan Roof, but on a grander scale. So, don't know how many lives we saved that day, but we saved them. So the true definition of undercover work is you are forming relationships that you are potentially going to betray. And you need to figure out and rationalize in your mind how you can do that without it having an adverse impact on your psyche. It's not always easy, at least it wasn't for me. Like that Scott Town guy, I bonded really, really tight with Scott, even to the point to where, you know, I'm rocking his newborn daughter at his house. We finished each other's sentences, loved working out, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, if you're breaking the law, I mean, there's going to be that point. Hopefully the case agent sits down with you and says, you're an adult, made a decision to break the law, you got caught, let's start here. Hopefully that's what happened. But I will tell you that the last words I spoke to Scott, he didn't know I was FBI. He called me. I was actually in Nevada helping putting on undercover training. And I got back, I always kept my undercover phones on. He's like, hey, I just heard your 2 truck drivers and Big Timmy got arrested. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, he goes, I just wanted to let you know. And I said, well, you know, they do things on the side. He said, hey, I'm going to get up and take a shower. I'm going to find out what's going on. I'm going to call you back. And I said, okay. His last words were to me, beep, I love you, brother. And I went, I love you too. And I hung up. And probably within 45 minutes, the SWAT team was hitting his house. That's the last time we spoke. I know he's out now. I would talk to him. He might punch me. I don't know. It might be a throwdown. we might finally have the fight we always wondered about, you know? But I don't hate the guy, you know? He made some decisions. Hopefully he's doing well. That's what I hope. I hope he's doing great. I love a success story.
Have you ever witnessed somebody hearing that you were undercover for the first time, like in person? Have you ever seen that?
Yes, plenty of times. One of the ones that's usually funny is you arrest them, and maybe the case team's talking. It doesn't have to go like this, but maybe the case team's talking to them. Now I'm in another room listening, right? And they're lying to the case team and lying and lying and lying. And no, I didn't do this. No, nothing. And then you walk out and you say, hey, how's it going? And they go, hey, Scott, how is it? And I go, hey, just so we're clear, boom, whip out your creds. Special Agent Scott Payne with the FBI. This is what you usually get. Oh, I knew it. I'm sorry, what? I knew you were undercover. I'm getting more country accent because the one guy I'm thinking of, this is what he said. He goes, I mimic and mirror, I can't help it. He goes, oh, hell, I knew you was an undercover. And I went, you did? He said, yeah. And I said, and you continued to sell me cocaine for 1.5 years? And he's like, well, hell, I like you. I always like to have more than one recorder because there's a chance something can go wrong. You want it to be concealed comfortably, especially if you're deep undercover. These are my personal opinions. And I would always have a backup because, you know, video and audio eats up a lot of memory. So you might just be spot checking. But picture now we're at trial and you're the defense attorney and you say, well, how come you only recorded that 5 minutes? Why can't we see everything else that was going on? Were you doing something? It's just about creating doubt in a jury's mind. And the undercover technique gets such great evidence. It's usually so overwhelming that the only thing a defense team can do is they can try to claim entrapment, which shouldn't be an issue if you're a decent undercover, because that's like 101. We know we can't entrap. I can't put the words in your mouth. That's wrong. They can argue entrapment, or they try to make you look like a piece of trash on the stand. That's it. Because, I mean, the evidence is like there. That's your client saying it and doing it. But I always did backups. I've had multiple devices on me, and then 3 days later, I go to listen to the recordings and they all crap the bed. And I would document in there. I would say it should be noted that every piece of equipment died, you know, malfunctioned. I wouldn't say crap the bed in the 302, but yeah, it malfunctioned. I have never had to testify in an FBI undercover case. As I said earlier, the evidence is so overwhelming. Now, as a case agent, I have, but for me as a law enforcement officer, I took an oath to the entire Constitution, not just one amendment or two, all of it. And if you're breaking the law, don't be mad at law enforcement. We're just enforcing the law. You got caught. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm not saying what you did is wrong. I'm saying you're an adult and you made a choice. You chose this and you got caught and it's illegal. This is the problem with the FBI. You have a headquarters level that's disconnected from the field level. But at the end of the day, we're a law enforcement agency and we need to enforce the law. When Mueller came in, it seemed like we got further away from working cases. They started bringing people into the FBI who had zero law enforcement experience whatsoever and giving them the top 3 or 4 positions of the FBI. You got somebody from Goldman Sachs coming into the FBI at the top. What do you know about national security and law enforcement? My personal opinion is, yeah, I think changes need to be made. I came in under Louis Freeh, and I truly believe that Louis was the last real director the FBI had. But he was also an agent himself and an assistant United States attorney. I know that's going to be like really hard to find somebody with those qualifications to come in to be the director. And when Mueller came in, the FBI, he wanted to push the FBI into more of an intelligence agency, kind of like CIA, taking almost like a broken model from CIA and applying that to the FBI. The bottom line is case agents is what should be important. Everything else is a collateral duty. You want to try out for SWAT? You want to be a SWAT operator? Cool, try out. You want to be a firearms instructor, tactical instructor, active shooter instructor, undercover coordinator, source handler, evidence response team, all those are collateral duties. You should be an investigator first. If you're willing to stay in D.C. and live in D.C. or in that area and stay in the J. Edgar Hoover building, you can make rank. You just keep staying and you keep moving up, but then you end up unfortunately, you end up with somebody with a very high position who has hardly any experience working cases. And you end up with a McCabe, Peter Stroke, Lisa Page situation, and they do wrong things because they did not know what to do, because they did not work cases. I retired June of 2021. After the base case, I'm sitting in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, putting on training for online covert employees that do domestic terrorism cases. And I just remember sitting there in Arizona and thinking, I'm completely satisfied with my career. I still travel around speaking for conferences. It could be civilian groups, it could be citizens academies. So my book is called Codename Pale Horse, and the subtitle is How I Infiltrated America's Nazis. You learn from each case how my skills got sharpened more and more. How do I balance the personal life with professional life? Mine overlap. They kind of overlap. That's just the way I work and my family works. I've shared a lot with my wife. Obviously, if it's classified, I can't, but the way my marriage and family works, it's not like that typical military mold where you can disappear for 3 months and say, I can't tell you what I'm doing, but I love you, and that doesn't work. Not in mine. I could be gone for about 2 weeks, and after that, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to bring the bad stuff home. There's a whole bunch of training for years and years and years in law enforcement. Look, man, they got that imaginary bush, or you got a bush outside. When you step out of your car and you're getting ready to walk into your house to the family that's been waiting on you all day and misses you, take all that from your job and set it on that bush. Go inside, be with your family, be a husband, be a father, and on your way back to work, pick it up off the bush. Now I'm gonna tell you something very personal. In the Outlaws case, when I was in the basement, that night on the way home, I had bought my wife, everybody knows them as burner phones now. So I bought her that phone, and I'd call her no matter what time it was. We were young in our marriage, pretty young, within 10 years at that point. And I would call her. I don't care if it was 5 in the morning, 7 in the morning, I'm finishing up. I'd be like, hey, babe, I'm on my way back to the hotel. I just wanted you to know everything's good. I'll call you when I wake up. Sometimes she'd talk to me for a while. Sometimes she'd just say, okay, love, you can go back to bed. That night when I called her, the first thing she said was, are you okay? And I said, yeah, why? And she said, I was driving tonight with the girls in McAllen, and she said, I got this overwhelming feeling. And she said, I pulled over on the side of the road and I started praying for you. So I matched up the time as when I was in the basement.
My name is Kenneth Valentine, a veteran of the United States Secret Service, including protecting 3 sitting presidents. And this is everything that I'm authorized to tell you. Truth is that the Secret Service is anything but secret. Everything we do is on the front page of the news every single day. And so when you have a success, we shrink into the darkness. People don't even think about you. If you have a failure, it's front page news. The Butler, Pennsylvania shooting has been difficult on many fronts. We failed, the Secret Service failed. The first and foremost is that one person died inside a secured event. 3 other people, including former president, were wounded inside that event. There's just no way you can't use the word failure when shots are fired into what is supposed to be a secured venue. I was actually clued in by a text from multiple agents because I was in the hospital with my mother who was about to have open heart surgery, and I had to commandeer the TV in the room from her bedside roommate and put it on a news show to pick up what was happening. I have to assume that we didn't follow our own protocol, that we did not pay attention to detail, which is one of the mantras of the Presidential Protection Detail is to pay attention to detail. And that's one of the failures that I see with Butler is not only was he able to get off rounds, but he was able to focus in, to see the protectee from outside the venue and to put those shots in with some accuracy. So that's actually multiple failures. You don't want to be reacting to the sound of gunshot because those bullets have already whizzed past if you hear it. When prevention doesn't work and now you're reacting, your job is to cover the protectee and then to evacuate that protectee. And the cover looked outstanding. The reaction by the detail was very good. They were very fast. It was fearless, as it should be. Their training kicked in And they did exactly what we trained to do, which is get on top of that protectee and put them down. Put them down behind some assets and resources where they can't take another intentional, focused shot at the protectee. There are a myriad of ways that could have been and should have been prevented that weren't that day. Shipping containers blocking line of sight. You can't use a shipping container, which is going to stop the bullets. Could you use a flag? Could you use a banner? Could you turn that stage to where the back of the stage is now facing that threat zone that maybe you don't have all the resources to post, but you could cant the stage such that it takes away that line of sight. And now your line of sight is an empty field. Bulletproof glass. We use that at the National Lighting of the Christmas Tree every year for outdoor events. And so those resources are there. I think the investigation's going to have to ask those hard questions as to why weren't those kind of resources used for this event. A lot of what you see is kind of like the tip of the iceberg. You saw the protective detail around President Trump, and they're the ones in the suits that reacted and jumped on top of him and then tried to effect that getaway from the scene. You also saw counter assault team members who came out from their position kind of out of sight at a tactical position, but now they've come out of that tactical position into actual tactics. You saw them on stage because they had the helmets and the black gear. They collaborate and train with Navy SEALs, with Delta, with FBI HRT. So it's a very specialized team. They're highly trained. The images that the media shows over and over on the rooftop was our counter sniper units. So if I'm not mistaken, that's the first round one of our United States Secret Service counter snipers have ever fired at another human being. And it was a perfect shot. The evacuation looked like it met with some difficulty, and part of the problem was the protectee himself. President Trump had for him, the presence of mind to signal to the American people that I'm okay and that we're going to win this battle. Now that's great. That gave me some relief watching from my mom's hospital room. So him sticking his head up high and exposing himself was a big problem that day. And what you're looking for is compliance. You know, ideally you would want to double them over and walk them out, and hopefully they assist you in that endeavor. If they don't, and I suspect what the training is now going to say is, don't expect their help. Immobilize them and get them prone. If you have to, carry them out. The way I was trained is you put your hand on the back of their head, and with one arm around their waist, if you push their head forward, they will comply, and they will start moving forward. And the same if you pull them backwards, they really come under your control at that point if you get that working. It's amazingly easy, even if you have to, make them uncomfortable or even hurt them a little bit in the process. That is more important. "9/11", hard for me to let go of, and I was on the first of 2 coveted days off in a row, and then my pager went off, and it was my boss. I'm at home, I'm ready to go. I said, if you need me to do something, I'm your guy, let's go. And he said, you know what, pack a bag and stand by. And I said, yes, sir. And I was angry, I might have hit something. I got a 4th page and they said, get to the White House immediately. Close to midnight, we were rotating through our posts and we get the crackle over the radio saying, we've got an inbound aircraft. I immediately think of a jumbo passenger jet full of gas. We got an altitude, we got a direction of travel, and we got a speed, and it was on a high-speed mission directly for the White House. So we did not have minutes, we had more like seconds, but the President and the First Lady had been released to go upstairs to the residence for the night. And so once their evacuation was complete, my job was to stay and fight, and then to be the point when they made their reentry. The problem was we weren't talking about a ground attack. I was left behind with a machine gun, a pistol, a radio, and a gas mask to fight what I thought was a jumbo jet that was going to crash the house any second. It wasn't a good time to argue. The circumstances are different. You just suck it up and do it. And so I covered that evacuation, and then I looked on the ground floor of the White House. Where might I survive? what if it hits at the wrong angle and there's a chance, where would that chance be? And it was the west wall of the original White House. It has a wide archway. And I thought, if I stand in this archway and the plane hits just right and the fireball doesn't burn me alive, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance that I survive this. And so I went and stood in that archway with with all my gear, my stuff, and I had what seemed like an eternity to stand there and ponder my own demise. But I remember being at great peace, and I just thought, well, I guess this is how it ends. And I've seen what happens when these big planes hit these buildings. And I knew that the wingspan of a 747 was wider than the White House itself. So it was probably all going down, and everything was going to be burned. I thought about my wife for a second, and I said, well, Lord, here I come. I'm ready. You know, they're going to put a plaque for me up over at headquarters, and that's just all she wrote. And it wasn't too much longer that we got the crackle back on the radio that the plane had been identified, that there was no emergency, that we could unevacuate the White House. He just wasn't on the right frequency, and didn't have his transponder turned on. So they just had no way to identify him without visually identifying him. That Air Force pilot came a lot closer to dying that night than I did, but I sure didn't know that at the time. Part of training to be a presidential or vice presidential agent is being shot at. And you need to know what that sounds like. You need to know what it feels like even. They absolutely light you up with paintballs and with plastic paint bullets and shot from real weapons. But if you do it wrong, you can count on being shot. And if you stick your head up where it shouldn't be stuck up, you're going to taste some of that paintball in your mouth, because the instructors are just that good with those weapons. And so they know the mistakes that agents are going to make in training. They've seen it all before. Being shot at is no fun, I can tell you that. And that really drives you as a Secret Service agent to bolster up prevention, because we don't want to be shot at. We want to prevent the shots from happening in the first place. So you get hit, you pay for it. It hurts, and you've got those bruises for for a few weeks to think about what you did wrong. The very first thing that special agents have to do is go through a 2-week training course in Washington, D.C. And this is really your intro course to being a part of the Secret Service family. The second step is a trip to Glencoe, Georgia, to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. You learn about defensive driving, you learn about shooting and control tactics, handcuffing, a little bit of fighting, a little bit of federal law enforcement in terms of surveillance and arrest, and a lot of classroom. And then you're sent to the Secret Service Training School, just outside of DC. And this is where the road gets a little rougher. We start with 24. Typically, most make it. In my class, 19 out of the 24 made it. A lot of times we would have a schedule that said that the next day is all classroom, and that's a sort of a relaxing thing to know ahead of time that hey, it's all classroom. You can come dressed in your fatigues with your polo, and we're just going to be in the classroom all day. And that never seemed to work out. We would show up, and the instructor would be in his workout attire, shorts and a t-shirts, and he says, "What are y'all doing dressed in those clothes? Get your PT gear on now and let's go." As our lead instructor, we had a gentleman who was a former Marine Corps officer who then had served in the CIA. He'd been in the Secret Service for a good while. He'd been on the Presidential Protection Detail, and he pushed us hard. The training lasts about 6 months. Between those 3 stops in D.C. down to Glencoe, Georgia, and back to D.C. is about 6 months. 1 week where you're learning about constitutional law, and then at the end of the day, you're headed to the long range to shoot long guns. And we would shoot everything from pistols, and that could be a 9mm, 40mm, 38 special, up to MP5s and M4s. And then our snipers, who come from our uniform division, have sniper type rifles, which are much bigger and longer. Look, I was the freak. I showed up there with right eye dominant, but I closed my right eye. And so what they worked with me, because I was looking down the barrel of a pistol with my left eye, and I had just made it work all these years, but it was a bad habit. And so they moved me to a different stance, more of an open stance, and keeping both eyes open. And that was what ended up working for me. We miss those Uzis. Those were great guns. When I came into the Secret Service, that was the standard long gun for agents. And so we were all trained on the Uzi. We had that outstanding Samsonite briefcase with the Uzi in it, and we all got trained on that. But it got replaced by the MP5 probably back in the early 2000s. One of the funner parts of training was just the familiarization courses that we would be put through. And one of those, when I was on the Presidential Protection Detail, was a familiarization with the sounds. They took us out to Fort Meade and they fired rounds over our head from various weapons. And so we got to hear what an M4 sounds like when 5.56 rounds are going over your head, or what an AK-47 rounds sound like when they're going over your head, or what a 50 cal sniper rifle sounds like when those rounds are cracking over. And very distinct sounds. You don't forget them once you've heard them, but they also taught you how to take an AK-47 apart and put it back together. What do you want to do if you want to disable a weapon that an assailant dropped and left behind and render it safe? Part of the training that we received was called control tactics. So control tactics includes hand-to-hand type exercises and combat, if you will, to knife fights, and then how to disarm somebody with a weapon. And so all of that goes into play. We start in a mat room, and you've got a rubber knife or a rubber gun, and you're working it out. You're doing it wrong 6 times to get it right 1 time, and now we've got it. Let's do it again. And these instructors, typically all a black belt in some sort of discipline, whether it's jiu-jitsu or Kempo karate or taekwondo. And so we're really getting a hodgepodge of all of those things. A lot of Gracie jiu-jitsu moves that really do work well, because we don't want to stay and fight. We want to subdue, we want to bring someone into compliance, and then we need to shove off and move. We have an axiom that we say: maximum to the protectee, minimum to the problem. You know what? Anyone can win any fight any day. And a lot of that comes back to your training and how well you train. But if you're caught off guard, if you're not mentally prepared, if you're not physically prepared, you're probably going to lose. Everyone thinks that somehow we're a spy agency or an intelligence agency, and it's really quite the opposite. We are strictly law enforcement. We use intelligence. We try to gain intelligence, but that's usually handed to us. And so we certainly need intelligence about protective efforts, about threats against the president. Attempts on the president are rare, but certainly people who would like to make an attempt are not rare. We've seen celebrities make threats, and John Wilkes Booth was probably the most famous actor in America. Everyone knew who he was at that play that night, and he was allowed to walk backstage and have access to the presidential box because of who he was. There was one comedian who displayed the severed head of a president and was interviewed about that. We're going to talk to that person and find out, what's the intent here? If someone is squawking and talking, be it on the internet or at a bar or with friends and family, about their intent to do harm to one of our protectees, we investigate that. We investigate every single one of those. How serious were you? Were you drunk? Were you off your medication? What was the cause of you making that threat? We keep records on those. We track them. We educate ourselves on them. And I don't know if there's a Secret Service agent alive who hadn't been at a party or a bar or somewhere. Even family members will say things that, depending on who the president is or what their political leanings were, that they would say something inappropriate. So yeah, I've been in the presence of people who've said some really stupid things and either steer the conversation the other way because they don't know I'm an agent, or just tell them flat out, hey, you need to stop before you say something you're going to regret. Even the patients at these mental institutions were given access to telephones at different times of the day, and we knew some of them by name and I knew several of them by voice, because every time they got unfettered access to a telephone, they would call our office, and they would start down this road, and they would talk into our telephone recording until it ran out of tape, and talking about, I want to kill the president, I want to do this, I want to do that, and they'd email whitehouse.gov I'm going to kill the president. You know, there are people would just do stupid things, and there is a line to be crossed. It's a little blurry, but once you've crossed it, you're going to get interviewed. Secret Service protects the sitting U.S. president, their family, the sitting U.S. vice president and their family, former presidents of the United States, and then visiting heads of state. I think right now the Secret Service is protecting upwards of 40 people. But on any given day, heads of state visit the United States. Certainly when the UN General Assembly is in session, it becomes hundreds of people. Trust in the Secret Service is critical, not only trust between the agents and the hierarchy, but also trust with your protectee. So if your protectee doesn't trust you, that's a huge problem. And it's a big reason why in the early 90s, when President Clinton went through the Monica Lewinsky scandal and all that, the Secret Service was subpoenaed to testify during that scandal, and we fought it. There's not a non-disclosure for embarrassing information, but that's where agents have to kind of earn their keep. They have to be worthy of trust and confidence, that they're not going to, go off telling these stories and, divulging things. We lost, so we did have to testify. But we want to be able to have and enjoy that kind of trust with the protectees, where they can know that they can be themselves, that they can do the job that they've been elected to do. I came into the Clinton administration during his last year, and I was the junior guy who was told to shut up and keep your head down, and you need to figure out why you're here first. And so President Clinton really didn't get out and do a whole lot during that last year. Went on a few trips with him, but wouldn't say that I got to know him all that well. Probably gotten to know him better since he is a former president. President George W. Bush, I was there for his first 4 years, and that's when I really started making strides within the detail in terms of your advance preparation. So you're building your resume the whole time, working your way up to being a lead advance agent. I ran with him. He certainly appreciated the agents who were assigned to run with him, because he was a heck of a runner, and so those agents stood out to him. But it wasn't like a buddy kind of thing. We had a job to do, he had a job to do. He had some very good friends, and they were not agents. So President Obama was different, though, because I was assigned to him when he was still a senator, and I was already a senior agent. I had already done the president's detail with 2 other presidents. We would go out for 3 weeks and then come back for 3 weeks. And so I came back from being with him, and my wife mysteriously becomes pregnant right after I get home. And I'm going out on my 3-week tour with Senator Obama, and it's time for my wife's ultrasound to find out if it's a boy or girl. And we always found out with all 5 kids. We're not on Air Force One, we're on a little private jet that somebody rented for him. There's a lot more intimacy when it's like that. And so I told this agent who was single with no kids, I said, hey, we're having another girl in the back of this little bitty plane. The senator had 2 staffers on the plane with him. And Reggie Love was one of them. Reggie hears this. He just turns around and he says, hey, Barack, Ken's having another girl. Not where I wanted the conversation to go. Well, I don't really want to have these kind of personal conversations with any of the protectees, because we're trying to keep it professional. And so he turns around and he says, you're having another girl, huh? And I said, yes, sir. And he said, well, how many does that make? I struggled with that for just a nanosecond, because I didn't want to lie to him, but I didn't want to not tell him the whole truth. So I said, well, sir, this will be number 5, 3 boys, 2 girls. And he was so taken aback by that number, 5 kids? And he held up his hand and he said, 5? Kind of forgot where I was for a second. And I said, yes, sir, 5. And we're pretty sure this last one, your fault. And in my mind, I'm thinking back to being gone for 3 weeks and coming home and, happy to be home, all that kind of stuff. And he was like, well, I don't know what to do with that, but as long as I'm not paying for college, congratulations. So the point of all that is that I didn't have favorites necessarily, but the familiarity was different with each of those. And so Senator Obama gets elected president. I get promoted to go back to the president's detail at the same time. I'll never forget the first time he saw me when I was back. And so big reunion, big hug, and there's just that familiarity. Whereas you know, these other 200 people that he sees, you know, on a daily or weekly basis, there's just no frame of reference. But for me, I think it went back to that day on the plane when when he thought I was accusing him of being the father of my kids. We dress for success in a little different way, and we trying to in kind of like a chameleon, fit in with our environment so that the casual observer, maybe from a distance, doesn't know, is that a Secret Service agent or is that a high-ranking department official? The special agents typically wear suits, and the truth is the suits, you know, they don't help you buy those suits. So Joe Banks had a, you know, buy one, get 22 free, and so I had a bunch of Joe Banks suits for a while. The wear and tear on the suits is immense. I would wear holes where my gun, where the gun leather, you know, hit my hip. I would wear a hole in my pants, and then in my jacket, there would be a hole where the hammer was covered. So sunglasses if it's sunny, or if you just don't want your eye gaze to be detectable. The bulletproof vest was a requirement. You've got your issued sidearm, and we fluctuated in caliber, maybe depending on the low bidder, I don't know, but it was either a SIG or a Glock, and a 9 or a 40 back to 9. You would carry extra ammo, so at least one extra magazine. Most agents carried at least 2 extra. We all carry the same gun, we all carry the same ammo, so that if you are out of ammo, you can get more from a partner or teammate. If there's a gun on the floor, you can pick it up and use it because you've been trained on that weapon. You've got handcuffs, you've got an issued extendable baton, and a flashlight. And that was kind of minimal equipment. You know, everyone assigned to the president's detail had some kind of cool flashlight. They didn't issue those things, so you had to buy your own. And so that it was another way to kind of be cool, is to have the latest and greatest flashlight that you spent more than your salary on, to have at your disposal in case the lights go out and we're in a pickle. A lot of times agents were encouraged to carry an IFAC kit, and so it's just a trauma kit that, you know, in case you are shot or your protectee is bleeding, that you've got it, you know, immediate access to first aid equipment, a tourniquet, you know, something to cover that wound and start that medical treatment immediately. So we also carried pagers back in the day, which then transitioned to a phone and a radio. You always had a radio. Some guys would carry backup batteries to radios because they didn't always work that well. I hope they got that worked out by now. But there's information that you carry with you just in case that I wouldn't be comfortable revealing. But there are diagrams and information about the president, about our plans, about our means and methods. But that's about all I'm authorized to divulge there. If a Secret Service agent loses equipment, it's a big deal. You know, certainly a weapon or even a baton. Maybe the worst thing of all that an agent can lose is their PIN. Because if you lose your PIN, now someone can impersonate you just by virtue of wearing that PIN. Now, it won't get you access to too many places, but we protect those, we number them. If you lose one, it goes out to the entire Secret Service to say, hey, Valentine lost his blue PIN number, you know, 44221, and now it's entered into the National Criminal Information Database as a lost item if it's recovered. When agents would wobble a little bit on not blending or fitting in, then yeah, I'd call them out for it. In one specific instance, a pair of white Oakley big frame sunglasses that just didn't fit the circumstance. I went up to this agent and I said, you really thought long and hard about it and decided to wear those sunglasses anyway? And he said, hey, come on, man, my mom said these are pretty cool. And I said, well, that should have been your first sign that they don't work. So I don't want to see them again. There's not a lot that I'm authorized to say about the car. I know a lot of people call it the Beast, but I can tell you, we did not refer to that car as the Beast. I think that was a media invention that kind of caught on. In fact, when I was on the president's detail, we took delivery of the first upgraded car that they refer to as the Beast. And every car that we used prior to that time was a real car that was pulled off the line in Detroit, was likely sawed in half, stretched, and then armored it. In the process, the car now weighs too much for the frame. You know, the tires won't support it, the suspension won't carry it, the brakes won't stop it, and the engine won't pull it. Those were not ideal. In fact, the first time I drove the President was in an old style car. I missed the drop-off point by about 12 feet because I'm standing on the brakes and the car won't stop. And, you know, that's just the way it was. You know, you needed some lead-up time to get that thing rolling, and so it just wasn't ideal. Those upgraded cars that we've had since about 2000 are really not a car at all. It's an armored system that looks like a car, much more like a tank that's got a plastic car wrapped around it. And so it's got a Cadillac dash, it's got Cadillac furnishings on the inside, it's got a nice steering wheel, but the workings of that car actually work. You step on the gas and that thing goes. I mean, it's got a huge engine in it. The tires support it. I mean, it really is quite a beast in terms of its capability, but it does have a downside, and you know, it does not fly and it does not float. We get some really funny looks when we're in transport mode without him because we don't have our own gas pumps. We take it to a local gas station and you know, put high octane gas in that thing, and people are driving by looking at us and taking pictures and getting a kick out of the fact that they think that might be the President's car, getting gassed up at the Chevron oil station. The only people authorized to drive that car are the Presidential Protective Detail agents who are currently assigned to the transportation section. We've built out a program called the Protective Operations Driving Course, and it's not nothing. It's a tough course. It's a 2-week class that you have to pass in order to remain in that section and to be eligible to drive with the President in the car. We always travel with a mechanic, and it's one of the coolest things I thought about the President's detail. The mechanics are not agents. They're protective support technicians. That's their title, and we recruit them from the ranks of certified mechanics out there. And these guys are certified GM, ASE certified mechanics who are also trained and carry weapons. So in their toolbox, they've got a gun. You know, they put the suit on. They have to qualify with the weapons. They have to requalify with the weapons, you know, all the time. And we rely on them very heavily. But they are one of the greatest assets we have that people have no idea. And they're in every motorcade. So if the car breaks down, they're assessing it immediately. And one time we were simply driving from the Air Force Base where we landed, taking the cars to the hotel, and I was driving the limo, and it just broke down and stopped. And I called the mechanic on the radio, and I said, "Hey, the car," and we got practically a motorcade with a police escort getting the cars from the airport to the hotel. And the mechanic came up and assessed, and he said, "Hey, it's the alternator." And this mechanic had that alternator swapped out in minutes. You know, if we hadn't told anyone, no one would have known. The second inauguration of President George W. Bush and the Capitol to the White House, we rode part of the time, we walked part of the time. We would practice and rehearse being shot at, being, you know, having rocks and all kinds of things thrown at you, and we would practice, what are we going to do? You're there really to prevent someone from getting too close to the car. On that day, people started throwing, we came to a certain group of people that were, you know, throwing snowballs, and some of them had rocks in them. Someone threw a fish. I don't know if it was a goldfish or a, you know, something they bought at the store or what, but you know, people do stupid things out there. And I remember driving the limo for President Bush, and, you know, people turn around and moon you or do weird things, hold up crazy signs, but, you know, not threatening, just kind of silly. Air Force One, for me, was a total joy because every time you got back to Air Force One, you knew you could relax for just a minute. You know, everyone could loosen their tie a little bit and relax. And if it was a long flight, you know, the agents could even catch a nap, could take that vest off and air out a little bit, you know, and let your hair down just a little bit. The food was outstanding as well. Funny thing was, I remember leaving the ranch kind of early on in my presidential career, and thinking, I wonder what we're going to eat on the plane, because we're riding from Texas back to DC, and it's during a mealtime, so we're about to be treated to a pretty cool meal. And it was hot dogs and potato chips. And I remember thinking, what the heck, man? Who ordered this? Well, it turned out that's what the president wanted, so that's what everyone got. A couple of weeks after the trip, you got a bill, and you had to pay for all the food that was consumed on the plane. And so they would add up all the food, everything that was consumed on a trip was weighed and measured, and they added that up, divided it by the number of people traveling on the plane, and you got a bill. So that was a little bit of a shocker for me coming in, just assuming that, that the G's going to take care of you and you got all this good stuff. Stairs are always a problem and an issue, and I'll tell you why. You see a president stumble, you see them, unsure. Well, part of it is that. It's a different set of stairs getting up there almost every time, unless they're at Andrews. All of the ones that let the president in that upper door, the door with the presidential seal on it, the door that creates that iconic opportunity to turn around and wave to the country. The problem is those stairs are built into a truck. And so you have to drive a stair truck up to Air Force One, and they tend to be slippery when wet or cold. Air Force One has built-in stairs, a set of rear built-in stairs that you wouldn't want the president to walk up, and then it has a front set of stairs that can fold down. That camera shot is blocked by the motorcade, by people that are kind of clogging up that view. So Air Force One is a great way to go, but it's not the best way to go, because the press plane is absolutely the best way to travel. They have so much freedom on that plane and so much food, and it's just a lighter environment. And it's a beautiful thing, because we will buy seats on that plane, and the plane is only partially filled, and the press knows how to have fun. I mean, they have a great time. There's a lot of laughter, and agents who know will choose to go over on the press plane. I was still in my mom's hospital room thinking, this is going to change the rest of my life, because I am branded as a former Secret Service agent, as a retired agent. And when people ask you, what do you do? And I say, I'm a retired Secret Service agent. Now it's going to be about Butler. They don't care about the books. They don't care about the speeches. They don't care about the leadership training. They want to know what happened at Butler. And I knew, standing there in my mom's hospital room, that this was going to change the conversation, not this week, not for the next month or year, but for the rest of my life. It's going to be about what happened at Butler. President Trump was the sitting president for 4 years. He was defeated in an election, and now he's coming back running again. And you don't typically see that. When we look at protecting people, there's a lot of anger pointed toward our politicians, in conjunction with the temperature of our country, should have signaled to leadership that this is a big deal. Butler's ultimate failure, in my opinion, is going to go back to leadership. Certainly we saw the Secret Service director come and testify and not give satisfactory answers to some pretty simple questions. And it goes above that to the Department of Homeland Security, and I don't think we've seen anyone from the Department of Homeland Security be pressed on their leadership of the Secret Service. And ever since Secret Service moved from Treasury to DHS in the wake of 9/11, I think the culture of the Secret Service has been impacted by that move. And autonomy for the Secret Service means that we have the ability to innovate and the ability to lead. When you get to dictate where your protectee goes, especially given a little bit of time, you can do a whole lot to render that place safe. And so whether it's the president going golfing or going for a run, with a little bit of heads up, we can deploy assets and literally clear an area for them to operate in that's safe and secure. A lot of people have asked me recently about the future of the Secret Service, and do you see a bright future for the Secret Service? And my answer is going to be yes. Every time something happens that makes them reassess, they will come back stronger. There's no excuse for error, for failure, but their success is going to be tied to their ability to get out of DHS and get back to Treasury Department. And then, let's get us back to the time when, 1 in 10,000 applicants was accepted for the job. And so I started as a special agent in 1996 and retired in 2020. Secret Service has mandatory retirement at 57, and I think it used to be 55. It got bumped to 57, but at 57, you're put to pasture and you can go do something else. I think there's a lot of agents that their identity is so wrapped up in that whole Secret Service thing, or maybe that whole law enforcement thing, the badge, is their whole identity. And boy, I was really ready. After 24 years, I let go of that pretty easily. I think I was ready. There is a jading that happens too, and you go into a restaurant, and after doing it one way for 24 years, that's a little hard to give up. And so my wife will point out if I'm being hyper vigilant about our surroundings, about the exit doors, about who's coming in, and looking them over and assessing what's going on. And that's my cue that okay, I need to calm down, or I need to relax a little bit. I've tried to get better about that, but I think it's part of your DNA at this point. I think you've been changed, and so I just go into scenarios and situations, and given the opportunity, I do think about, well, if this breaks bad, I'll sit in church and think, if somebody comes in here shooting the place up, what are we going to do? I'm not sure I'll ever recover from that. I'm not sure I need to, but it does change you. And it makes you a pretty formidable asset to a company, or to whoever's going to hire you in the afterlife. But these days, my life is consumed with reliving the past through leadership training and teaching and coaching and mentoring. And so on the side, I'm writing books and going out and giving speeches, but leadership is my focus now. The first book that I wrote was called Cheating Death, which was really a combination of letters to my kids combined with advice and then stories from the Secret Service. And the second book is really an offshoot of the first book. It's called Staying Sharp.
My name is Andrew Bustamante, and I'm a former CIA intelligence officer. I spent 7 years living and working for CIA, and this is everything I am authorized to tell you. CIA is always asking itself the question, is it worth killing foreign lives to protect American lives? And the answer is always yes. There's two types of killings that we really have to talk about here. There's intimate killing, and then there's non-intimate killing. And when I say intimate killing, I mean you look in the eyes of the person whose life you're taking. Most of CIA is equipped to enable not intimate killing, which is when you have a drone, or you have a missile, or you have a rocket of some sort, or you set some sort of sabotage that's designed to kill people. My operational history does include enabling non-intimate kinetic strikes against terrorist targets specifically. And many of us participated in the global war on terror from 2000 to 2022. There were kinetic strikes against terrorist targets all over the world, sometimes many times a week. While Obama was one of the best presidential diplomats that the United States has ever seen, he was also very heavy-handed in terms of covert action. And he was very decisive in his choices to use non-intimate killing as a way of going after high-priority targets in the terrorist world. I have become almost harshly, ruthlessly pragmatic about the fact that I want America to remain the only superpower in the world, because as soon as our superpower status slips and someone else rises to meet our challenge, we all become that much less safe and secure. The CIA, as a bureaucracy, evolves very slowly, but its mission stays crystal clear. It is there to ensure American primacy through national security and the stealing of foreign secrets. when you consider the intelligence community as a whole, there are many pieces, many players, many different agencies that are included. I think it's currently at 36 or 37 different members of the intelligence community, of which CIA is only one member, along with DIA and NSA and NRO, DOD, the Army, the Air Force, the Navy. What CIA is charged with, however, is being the hub, the central intelligence agency, meaning all the other intelligence collection activities must funnel through CIA to be created, to be transformed into what we call a final product, a final analytical or final intelligence product that is then sent to the executive in the president's daily brief. In order to understand what CIA is today, you have to recognize that 9/11 was a massive turning point in how CIA operates. The pre-9/11 CIA is very different than the CIA post-9/11. 9/11 was a massive intelligence failure, the largest in American history. But following the 9/11 Commission, findings about CIA and the requirement for CIA to have heavy oversight completely transformed the nature of the spy business for not just Central Intelligence, but for all of the intelligence partners in the IC. What I understand of the pre-9/11 CIA, it was the Wild West. CIA was a giant experimental laboratory first, and an organization of accountability second. Since 2001, they have become an organization of accountability first, and they are much, much less experimental. Anything that your adversary was doing was fair game for you to experiment with. And it's not hard to understand why, because if your adversary finds an unfair advantage using human trafficking or drug smuggling, and that puts your national security at risk, then you have lost that game. You have lost that chess match. So if you want to keep up with your adversary, if you want to keep pace with your opponent, you have to be willing to work outside of the bounds of moral and ethics that your citizenship, that your citizenry actually has to fall within, because you're charged with protecting them from the outside threats. You're not charged with enforcing the ethics and the morality within the country's boundaries. Espionage is illegal everywhere. However, when you swear an oath as a covert intelligence officer in support of an intelligence agency, you actually fall under a very strict carve-out in American law that makes it so that you can commit espionage against foreign targets in support of national security when it is ordered by an authorized person. It is illegal for a CIA officer to pursue an American citizen without disclosing their affiliation to CIA. But FBI, Homeland Security, border security, they are actually able to pursue operations against American citizens under their authorities, which are different than CIA's. The way that the government spies on the American people isn't the way that you think it is from TV and media. The government doesn't have to dedicate really almost any resources to spying on American citizens, because American citizens basically give up all of their raw data to corporations. So all CIA or FBI or DOD really has to do is become a commercial client of a big data company, and they can get any information they need. So why would you try to break the law and listen in on an American's phone call when you could just buy their phone records from Verizon or from Sprint or from T-Mobile? We are not a police state. We are a commercial state, which means that the federal government, as long as it has a national security requirement, there will be a commercial company who rises to the occasion to meet that requirement and do it all legally. Edward Snowden's whistleblowing about the operation that NSA was running, in many ways, what he was blowing the whistle on was the illegal use of legally collected data. So you have this very small, very narrow cutout that lets you commit crimes all over the world and be protected by the status that you're in as a sworn officer in an intelligence agency. My path to CIA was not traditional, but it was fairly common still. I was actually trying to get into the Peace Corps, believe it or not. I was leaving the military. I was a nuclear missile officer, wore a key around my neck that would destroy the world. And after doing that for 2 years, living underground, I wanted to do the exact opposite. Imagine the last time you had a bad breakup with a girlfriend or a boyfriend. You leave the one relationship, and what do you look for? Something that is the complete and polar opposite. But in the process of that online application, a red screen popped up that said you may be qualified for other opportunities in the federal government. Will you put your application on hold for 72 hours while a recruiter reaches out to you? Because of what the Peace Corps is looking for. It's looking for people with a high risk tolerance. It's looking for people that are embracing discomfort. It's looking for people who are essentially open to the idea of trying to do the impossible, trying to make some broken part of the world whole again. And that type of person is also well suited for undercover intelligence work because all the odds are against you, you have to embrace discomfort, and the risks are massive. So it's, when you look at the two side by side, you can really see that the people who give up their lives in pursuit of an ideology are really quite the same, even though their ideology might be different. Once you work for the Peace Corps, you are forever banned from working in intelligence. And once you've worked in intelligence, you are forever banned from working in Peace Corps. It's something that the federal government does to make sure that our Peace Corps representatives, our true Peace Corps reps, are never accused of espionage overseas. So like any 27-year-old male who's single, I was always looking for the next best things. 24 hours later, I got a phone call from a 703 unlisted number, and that started my whole application process for CIA. Training at CIA is better than it is in the movies. In the movies, it makes it look like everything's, fancy and high tech and cutting edge, and it's not quite like that. It's much more austere. It's much more challenging and old school than that. But it really is a ton of fun, and you go through all that training with other people. The specific lengths of training at CIA are also one of those topics that's still classified. The details of the farm are still classified, and the full length of the farm is also still classified. But I will tell you, it's many months, and it is not many years in order to get up to speed as a field officer. What CIA wants is people who can handle a great deal of outside stimuli with very little emotive response, which makes people who are anxiety prone, autism prone, or pathological liars, sociopaths, it makes them very attractive because when you have an antisocial personality disorder or when you have a diagnosable form of autism, you are already insulated against massive changes in your emotional state, which makes you more effective in training, but it also makes you more effective in the operational field. There are different ways that CIA pressure tests its trainees to measure an emotional response. One of the core things they do is they oversaturate you, what's called task saturation. They give you more tasks than you could ever possibly complete, whether that's in an hour or in a day or in a mission or in a simulation or even in a classroom. That's a very basic example, a very simple example of one of the things that can happen in the first few days of training. As training goes on, they put you through other types of more intense efforts to see what your emotional response might be. Whether that's exposing you physically to very cold temperatures, whether that's sleep deprivation, whether that's simulated capture, simulated interrogation. When you sign up for CIA, many people are surprised when they find out that they have to go through some very intensive training to be able to understand how to resist torture, how to survive or sustain through torture, and how to manage captivity. Torture is a sensitive topic at CIA and in many parts of the world, and it's not a surprise that it is such, right? Because the reality is that torture is inhumane. But the other reality is that torture is very much used by enemies of the United States. We prioritize the need to escape above all other priorities, even above the priority of protecting cover, protecting secrets, and anything else. When you watch a TV show or a movie and you see somebody resisting torture by just stating their social security number and saying that they're a soldier, that's not really how it works when you're an intelligence operative. Instead, it's a continuation of the cat and mouse game. You're always trying to compete with the person who has you in captivity because you need to retain enough resources to effectively escape so that you can get back with the intelligence that you've collected as a captive. And if you think about it, a captive has a great deal of information. You understand how you got captured, you understand how you're being held, you understand the rotation of guards, you understand the questioning, interrogation. So to be able to regain someone who's been captured is an incredibly valuable thing from an intelligence point of view for CIA, which is why they are more focused on that than they are on whether or not you disclose parts of your secret identity or parts of your operation along the way in order to resource yourself for a proper escape. Lying is a fundamental skill when you are a field officer, but it is very much a learned skill. In the process of being recruited to CIA, you go through many different psychological batteries, personal interviews, actual tests, interviews where you talk to psychologists, you talk to seasoned officers, and throughout that time, what they're really doing is assessing your natural ability to lie and your natural ability to fabricate according to a specific storyline that they give you, which is a whole different level of lying. They're just going to sharpen that sword, refine that ability further. I always wondered if there was something wrong with how much I enjoyed lying until I met some of my peers at CIA. There's one person who became a close friend of mine at CIA. He's still undercover. He's in a very deep cover capacity. Fantastic guy, fantastic friend. He was such an effective liar, he could have been fabricating the entire thing. He could have convinced me that he was a good friend, when in fact he wasn't, because he was, by all accounts, a pathological liar. He was somebody who lied simply because he got a dopamine rush, a personal satisfaction from lying to anyone and everyone around him. This individual who became someone I really do count on as a friend, it's unsettling even now to think that it could have all been fabricated. I could have been just one of his exercises in his pathology for lying. When you've spent enough time inside CIA, you start to see how everybody is using you. It's there to manipulate people. Somehow when you're coming on board, when you're going through the recruitment process and the training process and you're a young officer, you believe that they're there to support you. You believe that you are outside of the manipulation. But then as you get more seasoned, as you continue on in the years, you start to see that the promotion process inside, the personal development and professional development process inside, the way that some missions are given to some people and other missions are not, it's all just an example, a microcosm of the larger organization's way of executing operations. And you start to see that the senior levels of CIA are manipulating the lower levels of CIA because that is the school of thought that we were all trained in. We weren't trained in leadership development and motivation and encouragement. We were trained in manipulation and deception and fabrication. So is it a surprise that the culture within the building is just a representation of exactly the same skills that we teach every junior officer? CIA has a concept called the 3 lives, and it talks about the 3 different types of lives that all people live. There's our public life, our private life, and our secret life. The public life is the public persona that you put on every morning, every day that you step out of your house, your apartment, or your office. It's when you act like you're paying attention when you're not. It's when you laugh at your boss's jokes even though they're a jerk. It's not who you really are. It's just who you have to be in order to forge the life that you're trying to build. Behind that public life is a private life. That private life is a life that's only known to you and your closest associates, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your wife, your mom, your dad, right? In this private life, they know that you're really very kind, even though you are rude in public. They know that you are sensitive and creative, even though you seem aloof in public. What most people think is that a relationship, a true meaningful relationship, happens in your private life. What CIA knows is that there's a third life altogether. That third life is your secret life. In your secret life, that's the place where you keep your deepest, darkest secrets. And in order for it to be a dark secret, it usually has a very dark element to it. It's where you put your shame. It's where you put your guilt. It's where you put the questions that you can't stop asking before you fall asleep at night, but you don't want to burden anyone else with. All of that is what happens in your secret life. And the cognitive reality is that everybody has a secret life. Think about that. When you let someone into that life, that is when you build a true forged relationship. Lifetime trust, lifetime equality. Because in your entire life, you're only going to let maybe a half dozen people into your secret life. And once someone is in your secret life, they never leave. That's the power of the secret life. CIA teaches a system for how you break through a target's public life into their private life, and from their private life into their secret life. They teach us that system because in order to make a true reporting asset, someone who was a patriot for their country, who is now a traitor against their country, the only way to win a person's loyalty to that extreme is to get into their secret life and convert them from being loyal to their country to being loyal to you. The Human Intelligence Asset Recruitment Process. It's a process that's acronymed SADRAT, S-A-D-R-A-T. And that process is a very well-documented process cognitively, clinically, and then also in the intelligence sector, military intelligence, FBI, CIA. SADRAT stands for Spot, Assess, Develop, Recruit, Handle, and Terminate. Yes, handle starts with an H, but the acronym uses the letter A. That is because it is still a federal government acronym. So that's just how the federal government spells things sometimes. But this process of SADRAT is exactly how you take an asset from stranger, S, all the way through to secret life controlled target, which is when you are handling them. And then it even includes a step where you distance yourself from that person that you control because it's either in your best interest to get away from them or it's in their best interest to get away from you. And that's where the T in terminate comes from. But the whole SADRAT model is one of those nested processes that helps to dictate how you control or develop an important relationship intentionally. When you are required not to appear as your true self, then that requires that you don some elements of costume. And there are different levels of costume that you can don, different levels of disguise. The department that oversees disguise is called a costume department. Some are very temporary, some are quite permanent, some involve body changes, gaining weight, losing weight, having tattoos erased, having tattoos added. Some involve just throwaway things, fake wigs, fake mustaches, sunglasses, anything you can imagine. But the real objective operationally is just to make sure that you do not appear as your true self within a specific distance. So someone from 40 feet away has to do very little to not appear as themselves. Somebody from 4 feet away has to don quite a lot of costume in order to not look like themselves. The costume department at CIA is it's a room. It's a large room, and it's very much like walking kind of behind set on any TV set. You go in, the people who are working there are highly creative people. They smile, they're high energy. They're not your typical expected closed-door CIA officer. Imagine, flamboyant homosexuals, people of all ages and colors, lots of women, lots of bright colors, lots of creative things just hanging on the wall. Because these people are charged with not only creating a costume that changes your identity, but a costume that has functional practicality as a spy. So not just a jacket that you would never wear, but a jacket that you would never wear that also has hidden pockets, right? And also happens to have a bulletproof vest, and also has a way of being taken off and turned inside out. Like, these are the kind of incredibly creative people that exist, not on the top floor at Langley, but in the basements of Langley. People refer to the CIA headquarters as Langley, Virginia. And that's funny because the actual city it's in is Langley, Virginia, but at headquarters we never call it Langley. We call it headquarters. Even in our written traffic, we refer to it as headquarters, or HQS. It's technically two buildings, what we call an old headquarters building and a new headquarters building. And that's the only overt, non-classified building that I'm able to disclose. There are several buildings that belong to CIA that house CIA officers, but they're all still covert in nature, and their locations are not something that I can disclose. We really are a self-contained unit, almost like a terrarium, where we don't need any support from outside. We can do everything within the confines of CIA, which is exactly how CIA wants to operate, because they have to be so heavily compartmentalized. CIA is a massive city on its own. It's got its own food, its own water sources, it's got its own industry inside. The land that headquarters is on is a large lot of land with a massive parking lot that wraps around it. In fact, it's the parking lot that most people complain about, because it's a huge parking lot, and for you just to get to your office, it's often a 15 or 20-minute walk through this winding, massive parking lot just to get to your office. The size of the parking lot and the way that it's laid out is very much based on security. They don't want cars to get within a certain distance just in case one of the cars or a CIA asset is compromised. Unfortunately, it's not a totally rare occurrence for a CIA officer to be compromised to some sort of adversary or enemy. So they keep cars a certain distance from building walls in case there's a car bomb. We know there are 4 core levers, 4 core motivations that drive people to take action. Those 4 different motivations are reward, ideology, coercion, and ego. Reward means getting what you want, whether that's money or a free cruise or a car. Anything that you get in response to doing what you were told is considered a reward. Ideology is a motivator that comes from within. So whether you're Christian or Jewish, whether you're African American and you were raised to remember, your African roots, or whether you're Latin American and you were raised to remember your Latin roots, all those things fall under the idea of ideology, something that drives you from within. Ego is whatever makes you the person you want the public to see, right? So people often mistake ego with egotism or egotistical, which means that you have an inflated sense of yourself. But in fact, Mother Teresa had an ego. Gandhi had an ego, right? These are people who wanted to represent something publicly, so they made decisions and took actions in the same vein as the public image they wanted to present. Coercion is the weakest. It's the least predictable. And coercion is when you try to force someone to do what you want them to do by using shame or guilt or some other form of overt manipulation. It's much easier and more reliable to get people to take action based on the other 3, reward, ideology, or ego. When you try to force them into something, when you try to force them to do something using coercion, you violate their trust and you make it so they know that they can never count on you or trust you ever again. It's much easier to slipstream in and manipulate someone based on their existing ideology or ego than it is to try to force them to your will using coercion. Sexpionage is a term that has become popular because it refers to the act of sex in operations. And that can be, it is often categorized as straight heterosexual sex, female operatives seducing male targets, but it can also be homosexual operations. It can also be group sex operations. It can be any kind of kinky operation that you think of. In real life, sexpionage is a thing and sexpionage works. What's important to understand is that sex in operations is not something that the CIA encourages or condones for its own officers. And the reason is because each CIA officer is an American citizen first, which means they are entitled to all the rights, privileges, and protections of any American citizen. So just like you can't force someone into a sexual act against their will, you can't order someone to execute a sexual act against their will. So CIA very much prides itself on professionalizing all of its officers to keep sex completely separate from operations. That said, foreign countries have learned that American culture and American ideology is one that is oftentimes repressed or intimidated by the concept of sex. For as powerful a country and as wealthy a country as we are still very sexually repressed. So it's a very successful operational tactic for foreign countries to use sexpionage against American targets, because in a foreign country, the individual does not have the same rights and protections that a US citizen has. So perhaps China would order a Chinese intelligence officer to have sex with an American target, or Russia would order it, or Belarus would order it, right? Because they have a completely different set of governing guidelines for their citizens. And they know that American citizens are susceptible to love, acceptance, physical intimacy, and oftentimes we feel guilty about it because we were built on a Christian foundation. The simple fact is that the future outlook for any first world country, and the United States included, is dark. It's bleak. It's difficult. In my assessment, World War III has already started. World War III has been going on for almost a full decade now. When you think about World War I and World War II, the two conflicts were totally different, even though they were only a few decades apart. And when you think about how war has evolved since World War II, to Vietnam, to the Desert Shield, Desert Storm, through to even what we did in Afghanistan and Iraq, the nature of war is always evolving. Why would we think World War III would look anything like World War II, nuclear weapons and superpowers? Instead, World War III is based off of common current military doctrine. which the most current military doctrine is the doctrine of proxy war. When you have two vested competitors who are funding proxies to fight on their behalf. What was Syria? What was Libya? What is Yemen? What is Ukraine? What is Israel? These are all countries that are the conflict is being funded by outside aggressors who are really trying to compete with each other. It's the Chinese and the Russians and the Indians and the British and the Americans and the Canadians all funding conflict through these poorer third world countries. That is the definition of proxy conflicts, because you can risk international power without risking your own citizenship's lives. This is the world that we live in. Your allies are not your allies because they believe in you. Your allies are your allies because you serve some sort of need that they need. It's very much a business transaction. They have a need, you have a service, and vice versa. I left CIA in 2014 for family reasons. And when I say family reasons, I don't mean something went wrong with my family. I meant I had a family, and I could quickly see that the life CIA wanted for me was not the life that I wanted for my family. My wife, who's also a CIA officer, she and I met at CIA. We met and lived and worked undercover. We had our first child in 2013, and by the time that child was 1 year old, we quickly saw that we were consistently choosing work ahead of parenthood. Even though we had chosen to become parents, the thought that kept me up at night was I was constantly wrestling with, do I pick my career over my child or my child over my career? And the fact that I was having that struggle at night is what cued me in to the reality that CIA didn't care about me. CIA just saw me as another resource, another number, another person to do the job. But my son would never see me that way. My children of the future would never see me as something that's replaceable. Well, when I took that message to my supervisors at CIA and I tried to find a way that I could be a present father, but also be an effective CIA officer, they didn't have any patience for that discussion. It was a very clear either-or choice to them. They were not prepared for my answer, and they were not prepared for the answer of the people who came after me. Because from 2014 to today, CIA has seen a mass exodus of talent. Because the old ways of trying to coerce people to stay in your system isn't working for the modern day professional. Now we are choosing to use CIA as a stepping stone. People are choosing to work at CIA because they care about service for a period, but then they also care about building their own resume. They focus on building their career opportunities. They focus on building their wealth. And you can't do any of those things from within the confines of Langley, Virginia. When I first left CIA in 2014, I went into about a 6-month period of time where I was unemployed. And a part of my unemployment was because leaving CIA, you still remain in a cover status, which means that you are still technically unable to disclose your CIA affiliation. However, all of the protections that you had, where the phone numbers to call and references that would say that you worked for them, those references and those protections are gone. There are even scenarios where both the husband and the wife are undercover and married, where the children don't know. And a big part of that is because in that secrecy agreement that you sign, there's also a disclosure where you have to say that you will ask permission from CIA before you disclose your true affiliation to your own children. And that way, you don't tell your 6-year-old that you're a CIA officer and then have them go brag to all their friends. Instead, you're now legally culpable for keeping the secret from your own family. My resume had references and previous work experience that never answered the phone and never responded to emails. So I couldn't even put together a decent resume to get a job. After 6 months of going from a successful CIA officer to an unemployed loser dad with your wife and your kids living in your in-laws' garage, it was a humbling experience. After leaving CIA, I discovered how much the CIA training and the skill sets that they had given me translated into everyday life. Business life, career life, relationships, family, social life. Because what CIA really teaches at its core is psychological frameworks, psychological mental models and systems of thinking that give you an edge, an unfair advantage over your opponent. Well, in normal everyday society, where nobody else has learned these psychological frameworks or processes, if you know them and other people don't, you have an unfair advantage in every element of life. And once I made that connection myself by using my CIA skills to get promoted in a corporate job, using my CIA skills to rapidly grow a new business, using my CIA skills to find and acquire partners and financiers to grow my business. What CIA is most concerned about is the disclosing of its operational secrets, not the secrets that it uses to optimize its own officers. All I needed to do was execute, just like a CIA operation, against a specific target that had an opportunity that I wanted. And that's how I got into a Fortune 7 company, CVS Health, by essentially cultivating an asset out of a senior executive who gave me a job sight unseen that was senior enough in position that all I had to do was perform. And then once I got into the role, I used more CIA skills to rapidly learn the job, to build relationships and alliances with other people who were already there, to help other people succeed and look good to their boss. And then 4 years later, I was promoted 4 times. It was a rapid experience that showed me how immediately tangible CIA skills were in the corporate setting, the business setting, and everyday life. And that's how I built my company, Everyday Spy, by teaching the skills that optimize CIA officers to work in all elements of life, in all elements of their health, all elements of how they build wealth and run a career, and all elements of their relationships and professional networking. Bleak is still honest, man. If you want to look at the world through a lens of optimism, by all means, do it. But if you want to look at a world where you will have a strategic advantage in the future, you have to see it for what it is. When I look at the future of the United States, it's important to understand 2 things. First, I'm looking at the future of the United States through the lens of a 43-year-old business owner and father of an 11-year-old and a 6-year-old. I have 2 children that aren't even of teenage years yet. And their young professional life won't really start until they're 19 to 21 years old. It's my responsibility now to think of the environment they will have when they are 20 years old. They can't make that decision for themselves. So when I think about the United States 9 years from now, 10 years from now, do I think the United States will be the best place for my 20-year-old son and my 16-year-old daughter to find opportunity? I'm not so sure that that's the case. I'm not so sure that the United States of 10 years from now won't be more divided, less powerful, more controlling from a federal government control of citizenship state. I'm not convinced that that's going to be the best foundation for my children to have opportunities, which is why I plan to leave the United States in the next 5 to 7 years, because I want to give them the opportunity to have success. In my estimation, the best opportunity for anybody who has a business, who has wealth, who's growing wealth, or who's growing any kind of business acumen, the best place to grow and succeed in the future is actually less likely to be the United States and more likely to be some other third nation. Until the United States has the time to go through its adolescence. The countries that are on my short list of places to seek opportunity for my children, there are countries in Europe like Portugal or Spain, Italy, Croatia. There are countries in Latin America. We specifically look at Costa Rica. We've looked at Mexico. There are countries that are very wealthy countries like Switzerland or Norway. There are countries all across Africa. These countries are not perfect in and of themselves, but where they are imperfect is different than where we are going in our own imperfection. Because where we are going is more towards a state of chaos and unpredictability, whereas many of these other third world countries or developing countries have very predictable systems. They may be corrupt, but they're predictably corrupt. There are many countries in the world where $10,000 can get you basically anything you want. Where here in the United States, $10,000 in the bank doesn't even qualify you for a home loan, right? How do you deal with that? How do you assess the impact of that on the future state of the family that you're trying to build?
My name is Mickey Bergman. I have spent over 17 years negotiating with some of the world's most hostile regimes on behalf of families in the United States. This is everything I'm authorized to tell you. Hostage situations are actually not as rare as people think they are. At any given point, there are between 50 and 70 Americans that are wrongfully detained or taken hostage. There are typically tens or even hundreds more that are in gray situations. Time is the worst enemy for the prisoners themselves. At any given point, a disease or a violent act in the prison can take place. And I've been in this long enough to have experienced those. The Russians are extremely sophisticated. And it feels every time I meet with them on a negotiation mission, I step up and I come with a plan and I deliver the plan, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I always leave with a feeling, boy, they knew exactly what I was going to do. They had several steps ahead of me on the play, and they were moving at their pace in the direction that they wanted. In terms of the negotiations and diplomacy, they're old school. We would step into a meeting and they would know who we are, what we said before, what our tactics are, and they'll be prepared with what they want. When we first reached out to the Russians when Paul Whelan was taken, and we came up with the idea, we wanted to say, hey, before we talk about releases, let's talk about a humanitarian gesture. Get him a medical exam out of the prison. We thought we're brilliant with this idea, baby step. And the ambassador looked at us like, well, it's funny you're coming complaining about the humanitarian and lack of medical treatment of your guy when we have this Russian prisoner, in this case it was a guy named Konstantin Yaroshenko, held in Connecticut, and he's been begging to see a dentist and he hasn't been able to see one for all this time. And I was like, oh, look, we would be happy to look into it. And maybe by proving to you that we can get him the attention, you can also do that. And the ambassador would say, well, we believe in reciprocity. But he had printed in advance all of the details of Konstantin Yaroshenko and the letters that he asked the US government for the dentist. He didn't ask for it in the meeting to be printed. He had it printed before. I knew he was leading that conversation. He had it played out. And that was my first encounter with him. And I've learned from that. One of the hardest things in these negotiations is to really assess who it is that you're meeting with. It's easier when it's a leader, because there's a lot of material out there. It's harder when it's a staffer or a mid-level official. Part of it takes time. It's repeat meetings, it's repeat engagements. Governor Bill Richardson of New Mexico used to joke around that he loves working with dictatorships for two reasons. One, you only need to convince one person. You don't need, like a democracy, you have to run it by parliament and all that. And second, they stick around for a long time. And negotiations, I believe, rely a lot on personality. I try to avoid reading what other people say about an individual. I try to listen primary material, speeches, interviews. Sometimes the content matters less than the tone and the things you can pick up on somebody's personality. I know I can't bluff. I know I can't lie. I use it to my advantage. I actually lead with my vulnerability. I don't need to go and sit in front of somebody, a leader or somebody, and say, oh no, but I'm genuine. It comes very clearly through the stories you share and the way you speak. I would never go and sit in front of a captor and say, the man you're holding is innocent. So I show a lot of respect to their judicial system, and I try to find ways in which I want to bring the person home and what are the conditions for it. I'm not there to win a punching game. I'm there to get somebody home. It is never a one-time game. It's always a repeat game. You would think, oh yeah, I got the person out, that's it, I'm done. But tomorrow there'll be another one. Or next year there'll be another one. And so it's always important in every negotiation, even if you can squeeze more, to be very reasonable to the extent that you know that your counterpart appreciates it. Because they know when you have leverage and and you know when they do. And if you maximize on your negotiations at a certain moment, guess what? Next time, when you don't have the leverage, they will squeeze the living hell out of you. Being a bully works really well with bullies. which is why President Trump is doing relatively well with the bullies of the world. He knows how to communicate, he knows how to talk, and he gets what he wants. Now, you can agree, disagree if what he wants is what is needed, but that's besides the point. This is not political. It's just a negotiation style. The Biden administration worked really well with our allies who are not bullies, but did poorly with the bullies of the world. There are many types of hostage negotiators. There are the government officials who negotiate on behalf of the governments. And there are what we refer to as third parties, which includes myself. I do not receive funds from the US government. We actually do not receive funds from any government, even foreign government. We work on behalf of the families of those who are being taken. We work at their request only. We raise our money from donations from private people and businesses in the United States. Sometimes when Americans are taken, at the beginning, nobody knows who has them and why. And you need to activate a network in order to figure out how to locate them. Because we're private, we're able to throw in quick money in order to buy data services to help triangulate and find somebody, and then we share that with the authorities so they know. Because the fastest we know who has somebody, the fastest we can come up with how they can come back home. When we actually negotiate with captors, when we're in these countries, in most of those countries, civil society is not independent. So it's hard for him to comprehend the fact that we indeed don't work for the government. We don't pay ransom. That's illegal in the United States, and we don't do anything that breaks the law in the United States. When the governments deal with these things, there's a saying, we never make concessions. Well, we make concessions. Let's grow up. They're calculated concessions, and we can take them back after we get our people home as well, because the people that you make the deal with are not exactly reputable people most of the time. In the case of the release of Americans out of Iran, there was a big part of it that was very criticized a few years ago, that there was a huge amount of money of Iranian frozen assets that were held in South Korea that were unfrozen following that deal. It became a political punching bag in the United States. Look at that. You bought their freedom. Easy to punch politically. But for people who understand the details behind it, the money was not American money. It wasn't American taxpayers' money. It's Iranian money that was frozen under American orders in South Korea. More than that, it was money that the South Koreans were not going to be able to keep holding because it didn't fit within their legal system as well. The Iranians sued on this, and we knew that there's going to be released. You can argue that the United States actually used money that was going to be released anyway as leverage in order to get Americans home. Money is very fungible. There will be an American that needs to come home, and that American will end up coming home, and it will appear that nothing was given in return, but the host country gets an aid package a few months later that helps them. Now, people can claim cynically and say, oh, look at that. That was the ransom for... It's like, yeah, but is it a ransom if it's actually is paid to do good in the country and help a society? When an American gets taken for the family, this comes to them out of left field. Every single decision they make might be the decision that will gain the freedom of their loved one, or will cost them a month, a year, or their lives. And that burden is unbearable. We never proactively go to families. The first call that they make is either to the Department of State or to their congressional representative. The representatives at this point know enough, a lot of them know enough to say, okay, here are the entities in the government that you need to reach. There's a special presidential envoy on hostage affairs office at State Department, or there's a hostage recovery fusion cell at the FBI. But there's also people outside of government that you might want to start reaching out to. So the families approach us. Sometimes we're able to collaborate with the US government. Sometimes we butt heads with them. A lot of Americans, when they hear those stories every now and then in the news, their assumption is that the Americans have done something wrong. And truth is, in some cases, they have done something wrong, that puts them into the system. So they're getting arrested or they're getting held. They get treated differently because they're Americans. And so you will get on tiny little violations of something unintentional, being drunk, for example, you end up with 8.5 years in prison. You know that turned into a wrongful detention. Once we accept the case, we come up with a theory of return. The pathway, the quickest way we think somebody can come home. Building a strategy based on that theory of return, and then engaging directly with the captors, creating the narrative in the US media if needed, and engaging with the US government in order to make sure that all the pieces come together that brings the American back home. The government's instinct is to tell a family, don't say anything, don't make a big splash over it, because that will just increase the price for your loved one. 90% of the time it is not correct. By the time the captive government or the captors have the individual, they know exactly who they have, and they know exactly how important it can be or not be and how to play that. The media is a tool. The captors don't care about what the family says, they care what the US government says. So all media engagement by families is directed at one audience, and that is the White House. And it's either direct or it's indirect by creating a groundswell of support publicly that will then shift the White House. A big part of our work is also to maintain and grow the relationships with our own government. And those relationships are always complex. They change in politics. Is it a Republican administration, a Democratic administration? There's different approaches. The people change inside the administration all the time. When there is a potential deal on the table, and we know when there is because we work it, that's when you put the actual pressure and saying, okay, decision time. There's an opportunity to bring somebody home. And sometimes we would go to our government and say, look, there is a deal. Now we're going to give you a month to do it, and you will take credit and we will sit in the back on this and not say anything. But if you don't do it in a month, remember, we don't work for you, we work for the family. And America will need to know that there is a very reasonable deal here that you refuse to do, and you're keeping an American in prison because of that. So that's kind of the calculations that go into the media exposure. What made Brittney Griner's case unique was her stature. At that point when she was taken, she was the highest profile political prisoner / hostage, however we want to call it, that has been taken. Even though I know the story publicly that has been out there is that she actually tried to smuggle drugs. She didn't. She did use drugs, she admitted to that, and so that was much more of an entrapment. The average time it takes for somebody to come home is about 2.5 years. That's a very long time. We had some successes of much shorter time, and recently it's been getting shorter. But with Brittney, we knew that because of all this constituency and the war in Ukraine, that this might play out much, much faster. Brittney got a lot of hate, and balancing that was very difficult because we would get, Governor Richardson was a public figure, and we will be in New York, as was publicly known that we're negotiating and working on this, and we would get people come to us, make sure, forget about that basketball player, make sure you bring Paul Whelan home. And we're like, yeah, we're working on bringing them both home. Like, no, forget about her. Like a lot of things that are very hard to hear. And you can imagine how hard it is for her family to hear as well. Brittney Griner, her agent Lindsay Collis, they knew how to build up the constituency, the NBA, the WNBA, but they only unleashed them when the time was right, when there was a potential deal on the table. Brittney also elevated this whole field in a way that we never had before, in a way that there's public attention to it. And she continued to do that after she returned. And every time she would have an encounter, she knew she's going to meet the president in the White House Correspondents' Dinner or anything else. She would send a note through her agent to me and say, hey, I think I'm going to have a pull aside with the president. Give me 2 talking points that can help a family in need right now. And we would come up with those and she would deliver them. And I can tell you, at least in one case, she had made the president pay attention to a case that we couldn't get his attention on. that resolved in the person coming home. When Brittany Griner came home and the deal was to release Victor Bout, who's an arms dealer, that was a tough one. From a justice perspective, an innocent basketball player for an arms dealer who's responsible for the death of a lot of people. It's not just. Before there was Brittany Griner and before there was Trevor Reed, there was only Paul Whelan. The Russians suggested to us at some point that they'll give us Paul Whelan back if Victor Bout comes home. Yeah, we can go to the White House and say, yeah, release Victor Bout for Paul Whelan, but we won't win on that one. We can't convince them, we can't convince ourselves. The deals never get better in time. They only get worse, or if we're lucky, they don't change. So when Victor Bout was a non-starter for the United States in return for Paul Whelan, after a couple of years, guess what? We traded him for Brittany Griner. The deal got worse. Danny Fenster, he's a journalist from Detroit, and he was working in Myanmar. He was detained. They found that a publication that he used to work for has become illegal after the military takeover. He was held in Myanmar for a total of 6 months, from May until November, when we went over and picked him up. The charges against him were not justified. That's not what we argued. For his return, it was much more of a personal relationship that we built with the leader, with the general, between Governor Richardson and him, that ended up as a personal favor and a gesture to the governor to let him out. It took us 2 trips over there in the middle of the pandemic. Danny's arrest is a great example of how a lot of these cases happen with Americans being detained. It wasn't a targeted arrest. It wasn't an order by the leadership to arrest him. He wasn't anybody of importance. They found out that he used to work for this publication. They started finding things of him criticizing the military. There was a lot of things under a military rule that you can apply as violations of the law. And then, of course, added the fact that the United States government did not recognize the military government of Myanmar, and that was a way of forcing engagement. In trying to get Danny Fenster home, interestingly enough, one of the biggest obstacles for us was our interaction with our own government. We knew that the way to get Danny home is for us to go physically to Myanmar, meet with the leader, and convince him to let Danny go. And we worked really well with the State Department until we managed to get the invitation to go to Myanmar. And then the State Department turned on us. And they said, please don't go. We have good reasons to believe that it's going to be resolved. So of course we didn't go, because the last thing we want to do is trip over something that is ongoing, and we don't have security clearance, so, it's fine for the government. We trust them if they tell us there's something going on. So we did that. We waited. And so eventually we had a conversation between the governor, myself, and the Deputy Secretary of State at the time, where the governor reminded her, we're private citizens, we're going. And we held for 2 months for you, but you have it wrong. And she acknowledged that we could go, but she also made a request from us when we were there not to raise Danny Fenster. And to my surprise, Governor Richardson's response was, we will not raise Danny Fenster when we're there. And then he looked at me and he says, Mickey, remember, we don't work for the government. We work for the family. Go get me a mandate from the family to go on that trip. And I called Brian Fenster, who's Danny's brother, who was my point of contact with the family. And then I said, but Brian, if we have an opportunity to bring Danny home, we shouldn't leave him behind, right? And I was laughing and he was laughing. He's like, no, please, Mickey, if you can bring him home, please don't leave him behind. I disconnected the phone. I had my mandate. If we had an opportunity to bring him home, we were to raise it and bring him home. And that's what we did. When Paul Whelan was taken, he was the first one in that new age of hostage diplomacy or prisoner diplomacy between the US and Russia. Many things about his case were unclear. When we looked into it and when Elizabeth Whelan, Paul's sister, reached out and we talked about, to us, it was very clear. Especially when we engaged with the Russians, we knew exactly what the Russians wanted. If the captors are asking for something from the US government, then it doesn't matter what the person did or did not do. They're a political prisoner at that point. With every single step forward on Paul Whelan, it felt like circumstances and the US government decisions let him stay behind. When we first negotiated with the Russians, they asked for Viktor Bout, we laughed that off. They then said, oh, Konstantin Yaroshenko for Paul Whelan. Konstantin Yaroshenko was a Russian drug pilot that was caught in West Africa and was extradited to the US. Sounds like not too much of a painful thing, but the US government did not do it. Then they took Trevor Reed, the Russians. And then when we went to negotiate with them, Trevor Reed was sick. He was coughing blood. We thought it was an infection. In a Russian prison during the pandemic, an infection is not necessarily a good thing. We came back from Russia with a proposal to do 2 for 2. But the US government decided to do only Trevor Reed for Konstantin Yaroshenko. So the same guy that could have been released for Paul Whelan 2 years before was now being released for Trevor Reed, and Paul Whelan stayed behind. And then we went back to Russia to negotiate on Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner. It was 2 for 2 from the Russians. Viktor Bout and Vinnik for Griner and Paul Whelan. And we brought that back. And this time, we didn't want to hear about a 1 for 1 because we couldn't let Paul Whelan stay behind again. And we conveyed that to the White House. Really, I believe they genuinely tried to do the 2 for 2. Somehow they couldn't communicate on the formal channel with the Russians to get that done. And time was ticking. And they realized, well, we can get Brittany Griner for Viktor Bout, and then we'll do Paul Whelan after. And so that's what they did. Not our choice, but that's what they did. And that was extremely painful for the Whelan family. It was extremely painful for Paul himself. And it took a long time after that in order to get the deal that actually brought him back home. The uniqueness of Paul was that he was left behind, in my count, at least 4 times. The deal that brought Paul Whelan back home was lots of moving parts, lots of exchanges. I know people like to criticize the work that we do and the deals that we make as saying, oh, if you negotiate, you incentivize taking more Americans. Well, Russia is a great example of when you refuse to negotiate, you also increase the motivation to take more Americans. There's about 3 to 5 new cases average every week that come to us with families asking for help. Doesn't mean that we take them, but we need to do our own due diligence because there's a lot of cases that there are Americans that have committed a crime, and we're not in the business of getting criminals out of prison. We define it as 3 different categories. The first one is an American that did nothing wrong but was entrapped in order to solicit something as a concession from the US government. Number 2 are the cases of Americans that have done something wrong, and the treatment of the American is different than any local doing the same crime. The third category is one in which Americans actually did something wrong in a country, or that we cannot argue that they didn't. They're treated more or less equally to a local that would have done the same thing. However, their condition of their detainment and their physical well-being is at high risk. So these are not people who are wrongfully detained, but they're still people that we will try and help because their terms of being held are subhuman or far away from the US standard of what an American should be treated like. It is true that we need to work on deterrence. It is true that we need to come up with the policies that will prevent or mitigate the risk of Americans being taken. But it is morally corrupt to try and do that deterrence on the backs of Americans that are being held already. I think when people think about hostage negotiations, especially internationally, when you go into the countries that are holding Americans, there is an immediate reaction, oh my God, they're holding Americans already, why are you going there? It's risky. And it's true, and there is a risk to it. There are ways for us to mitigate that risk, but we only go to these countries at the invitation of leadership. And we work really hard to get that invitation. And for that government, the government that holds the Americans, that invites us to come over, we're actually an asset for them. Because these are governments that typically have, either they don't communicate with the US at all, or their communications with the US is very troubled. And we're a channel. So they're not incentivized to take us. We're completely at their mercy. We don't have security with us. But the motivation is one in which we're assets of them. If we turn into a liability, yes, it's much, much riskier. There are countries and situations where we would decide not to go. I can tell you that right now, for example, when we negotiate with the Russians or meet with the Russians, I prefer doing it in a third country. There are countries that I can't go because of my place of birth from Israel. But in general, I think it's not that it's not risky of us being detained, but if we're responsible, we can mitigate that risk to some extent. A lot of the countries that I travel to would be considered for most Americans as dangerous countries. Russia, especially since the war started, Venezuela, Myanmar, North Korea, all of these, Sudan. When I think of going on a mission, and you have to assume that something bad might happen. And when you play that out in your head in advance and you say, okay, if something bad happens, the seconds before I either get arrested or my head gets cut off, do I know who's doing it and why? If I know the answer to those two questions of who and why, then I can mitigate the risk. If I don't know the answer, then I can't go. So there are places that I absolutely cannot go. I cannot go to Iran because in Iran, even if the president invites us, and we did get an invitation in the past to go, the president doesn't control the borders. There is a Revolutionary Guard that answers to somebody else. And so at the moment that something bad happens, you don't know who's doing it to you and why. And if you don't have an answer to those questions, you can't mitigate it. So when I negotiate with the Iranians, we do that in a third country. And I don't lie about my background. I don't necessarily go with a sign. Any leadership or any officers of foreign country before they meet, they do their homework. So they know. And I do have some public profile of things. When I traveled to Pyongyang in North Korea, I had my friends ask me, like, aren't you scared? It's so risky, there's nothing you can do to help us. And I laughed and I said, actually North Korea was one of the places that I actually felt most comfortable with traveling. Because in North Korea, they hated me because I was American, not because I was Israeli or Jewish. Our role ends when the person comes home. Often, I never meet the prisoner. I meet their families, I know their families, I stay in touch with their families, but the prisoner never knows who did what for them. They were in prison. There are elements that we don't do. For example, while a family is handling a case where the loved one is home, there's multiple issues and things that they need to handle. Sometimes the person being held is the one that was the provider for the family. They need psychological help. They need social help. They need financial. They need legal help. We partner with organizations like Hostage US, and they also help the prisoner when they come home. There's a lot of elements of this work that is very emotionally taxing. There is an unpredictability in my travel. Early in the pandemic, before the vaccines, we had to go to Venezuela. We just had to because there was negotiations over there that we had to do. The pandemic added a risk factor for all of our prisoners over there. And my wife and I had a huge argument over this. Again, not vaccinated, we had our masks and everything, but she was right about the risk. So the unpredictability of the work, the danger that is involved in this, as you can imagine, it takes a huge toll on the family. And I figured out all I can do with this is the best I can in every given moment. There are moments where my daughter asks me, why do I have to do this? But throughout her life and throughout her years from very early age, when I started talking to her about my work when she was 4, she has met many of the families. She has met many of the prisoners that returned. And she understands. A big part of this work is the conversations and dialogue and communications with the family of the captors. And the same way that I deploy empathy towards the captors or our own government or the different stakeholders in the negotiation, I deploy empathy with the families. In fact, for me personally, that's my motivation. So after a family call or before a mission, you know what the stakes are. I need an outlet. And I found, and this is just of recent years, I found that running really helps me. That helps me regulate my emotions in this a lot. There's a joke, you know, when people see a comment on people who are running long distances, say, oh, you know, they must be running from something. It's like, that's exactly right. I know that negotiations are a repeat game. And I know that my relationships, in order for me to be successful, I need to maintain those relationships. So I'm very careful on how I speak about people. I'm genuine, because again, I can't bluff. I don't have a lying face. Of late, we have seen that the taking of Americans by foreign governments is less played in the legal part of it. They used to have a case against them. It used to be important to present this person did X and put a trial. Of late, we're even skipping that. People are just being detained. There's no charges really pending trial, all these things, because it's so clearly now a transactional thing. But that correlates with the way the United States government is also dealing with it. If we're a transactional government, the response to us will be transactional as well. So I do think this is going to continue. I hope it's going to start winding down in numbers. And I think that the massive return that we've seen since January of Americans, I think it will continue throughout this year. And I hope that we will also see a decrease in the number of Americans that are being taken. I think hostage taking or political prisoner taking, wrongfully detained taking, it runs certain waves in certain countries. Historically speaking, it's been a tool of diplomacy by certain countries for decades. Iran has always been using that as a diplomatic tool for them. But there was a period around 2013, 2015, when hostage-taking became headlines in the United States because of ISIS, because they took Americans. There were no negotiations over there. Since then, we have seen, since the demise of ISIS or their downfall, for at least for now, hopefully forever, we've seen much more of state-sponsored hostage-taking, which is political prisoners and wrongfully detained. And we have repeat offenders, states that have become regular at doing it. Iran, historically, Russia, increasingly, China. And in each of them, it's different reasons. With China, it's a lot of exit bans and a lot of dual citizens, even though according to Chinese law, they're not dual citizens because as soon as they become an American, they forfeit the citizenship. But these are repeat offenders that we have, and the dynamics with them. With Russia, it's a part of the war, and it's a part of the exchanges of agents. With Venezuela, it's a part of the lack of bilateral negotiations and relationship that they want to work through, and that's a way to motivate the Americans to engage. But there are other countries that it just happens randomly. North Korea, by the way, is an example of a country that used to be a repeat offender, but since Otto Warmbier and the results of Otto Warmbier when he came back in his death, they decided they don't want to play in this anymore. They realized it doesn't work out for them very well. Of late, most commonly, we see a lot of the exchanges. You can't get there without the personal gestures, without the personal relationships. The photo ops play a big role. The legitimacy that comes through those photo ops. So if Governor Richards and I traveled to Myanmar and had pictures with the leader, and the leader used it domestically so look at that, international leaders, we're not a government. We don't legitimize or don't legitimize people. If that's what he needed out of it, I'll be paying that price any day if I save an American life with it. I'm okay with that. My conscience is very clear with that. Once somebody is back home, where we fail is to debrief with that person, learn about everybody who has wronged that person, from the prison guards to the judges to the people in charge of the justice thing, and find ways to impose costs on those in a way to mitigate the risk that even if American is taken, the guards will treat them differently because there's a risk to them personally. Technology and social media and the ability to consume information is both, it's a tool, it's both for positive, but it's also negative with the way the captors are using it to demonize the person that they have. I can tell you a funny story that during the pandemic, we couldn't travel so much. So unless it was essential negotiations like we had with Venezuela, we would do a lot in alternative matters. So they would text a lot. And that's when I realized, because negotiating over text is very different than in person, you can't do complex and nuanced questions. You have to break everything down to tiny little pieces. And that's when I learned the power, and I know this will sound weird and funny, the power of emojis. Because tone doesn't go through text. But if you couple it with emoji, you can create a layer, an emotional layer to it, so the person receiving can understand better the tone in which you're saying something. And I can tell you that the Venezuelans are really good at that. So we have a whole back and forth on WhatsApp negotiations during the pandemic with a lot of emojis. Smiley face, flower, sun, like all these different things, which is just, somebody will need to write a book at some point. But there is never, and I don't think there will be ever, replacement as good as in person. I was born in Israel. My accent doesn't lie. I tried to hide it for 25 years, couldn't. I came to the United States. I did my undergrad at UCLA. I did my graduate degree at Georgetown University, School of Foreign Service. And I always thought that my career will be foreign policy, probably Israeli-Arab conflict. But my first job out of Georgetown was with the Clinton Global Initiative. And part of my job was to talk to heads of corporations and foundations, because the former president, he wanted everybody to make a personal commitment to solving one of the world's challenges. Part of my job was to call those people and solicit those commitments. And I figured out, well, if I'm asking all these people to make commitments, I should make one myself. There was a genocide taking place in Sudan. And so I committed that after the inaugural conference of the Clinton Global Initiative in 2005, I will travel myself to Chad and go to the border between Chad and Sudan, interview some refugees for 2 weeks, and then come back and raise money for whatever I found that they need most. And so I sit at my office on a Wednesday and I get a phone call. And on the other side, there's this like rough voice, and he's like, "Is this Mickey Bergman?" I said, "Yes." Like, "This is Governor Bill Richardson of New Mexico. I need you to pack your stuff and get your ass to Santa Fe. You're coming with me to Khartoum." And I had exactly 48 hours to try and figure out whether this is an opportunity of a lifetime or the stupidest mistake I do before my head gets separated from my body. I was not yet an American citizen. I was an Israeli former officer. Sudan and Israel are at war. So going there is a risk. And the consensus was that I'm going to fly to Santa Fe, have lunch with the governor, and then talk to him and explain to him that I don't want to risk the mission, explain the background, and then bow out nicely from the trip. And he just, he looked at me, he's like, no, Mickey. I told the Sudanese that I know you, I vouch for you. I told them that I know you for 6 years. If they have a problem with you, they have a problem with me, and we're all leaving. They're not separating us. Do you know what I'm famous for? I said, "What is that, Governor?" He says, "I get people out of jail. So worst comes to worst, you spend a couple of months in the Sudanese prison. Think what it will do to your career." And that trip blew my mind. I thought I would do Middle East in my life, but the world was much bigger and exciting. And the Clinton Global Initiative also showed me that it's not only governments who can do this work, but businesses can do it, and individuals and private sector. Because of my upbringing and because I served for 6 years in the Israeli Defense Force, I understand this sense of loss. I understand the ramifications of violence. I'm one of those who came out of military service in combat with a very, very clear conviction that violence never solves our problems.
Hi, I'm a producer and authorised account. If you enjoyed this video, then please subscribe and comment with more topics that you'd like us to cover in this series.